Ladies and gentlemen, we are just moments away getting started here in Memphis, Tennessee at the 2022 Bluff City Shootout from the PLDA. All right. Got a traditional round robin, 3 groups. Round robin style. Up first in slot 1, we've got Scotty Pierman. In slot 2 is Caleb Fry. Rocco Gondek in slot 3, and a ghost player in slot 4. Looks like Rocco's the only one that might have a ball in the grid there. Anxiously waiting to see if it's in. I think Scotty and Caleb were both OB left on their first balls. I believe we started with 44 players in the field today. We have 3 groups of 16 players. We're going to take 8 players from each group of 16 to give us 24 players. And the top 24 players will then go into a double elimination format all the way down to the winner. So theoretically, if you stay on the winner's side, you would end up having to lose twice in the finals. So a little interesting. We did this hoping to favor the players. I know in the past with more players, we end up taking less out of the groups of 16, which we felt was a little unfair. So this way we were able to take at least half of the field from the groups of 16, giving more players a chance to advance. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. So first on the board, we have Rocco Gondek with a 329. I believe Caleb's got one in the grid as well. He hit a pretty good ball. I believe it was his number 4 ball down the right side. Scotty's still waiting to get a few numbers back. Not sure if he's got one in play or not. And unfortunately, I cannot tell because the blue ball is might as well be clear. In fact, I'm pretty sure we'd have a better chance of seeing it if it was clear. So. Okay, so Scotty's got a high one going up the left side. It's turning left, though, so I don't know if it's going to stay in. Still waiting to get some numbers back from him. Caleb Fry coming in with a 368. So unless Scotty gets one in play here, Caleb's going to take the first set. Yeah, I just heard Scotty say he doesn't think he has one in play, so. All right. Still waiting to get a confirmation of Scotty's. But as it currently stands, it looks like Caleb Fry is going to take the set with a 368-yard drive, followed by Rocco with 329. Looks like we're still trying to get confirmations on Scotty. All right. While we're waiting on that, let's try to give everybody a picture of what's going on around here. Currently, here in Memphis, Tennessee, it is 83 degrees. Humidity is around 35-40%. So doesn't feel too bad right now. Granted, it is only 10 after 8. So it's expected to get really hot later this afternoon. I believe it's supposed to get up into the high 90s. We have a slight chance of rain later this afternoon. Hopefully that'll miss us. But right now we have very little wind, if any. You can see the T-Claw banner in the background there. It's just barely moving back and forth. But other than that, it's clear skies and pretty weather. Couldn't really ask for better right now. All right. Coming up, we have Sean Johnson in slot 1, Bryce Verplank in slot 2, William Dugan in slot 3, and Samuel Antanasio in slot 4. Looks like Sam actually slipped on his first ball there. Sean was staring his down, so he might have a ball in the grid. William Dugan's got a ball going up the right side. If this hangs on, it could be good. OB left for both Sam and Sean. So 357 with Sean's first ball. He's the first one on the board. Right now, 357 is a pretty good number. Ground's still a little wet from the early morning dew. So yesterday it was so dry we could actually see dust from the ball bouncing. Expect things to dry out as the day gets hotter and later. So 351 from Sam and Atanasio and 364 from Bryce Verplank. Good start from this group. OB left for Sean. Wasn't able to see the other ones. And OB left for William Dugan. He was coming in at 343 on his second ball. So all these players are guaranteed at least 25 points, which is crucial in the round robins because you get 0 points for going OB and 25 for coming in fourth, 200 for coming in first, 100 for coming in second, 50 for third, and of course 25 for fourth. All right, so players come down to the last balls here. It's hugging the left line for Sean, hugging the right line for Sam, and OB left for Bryce. Still waiting to get a few numbers back from Bryce, but as it currently sits, it looks like he's going to take first place. So that's a confirmed 343 for William, 358 for Sam. And just waiting on Sean's last one. And it was OB. So Bryce Verplank takes the set at 364, followed by Sam Antanasio at 358, and then Sean at 357, and William Dugan at 343. So we're just getting started here. I'll give everyone an update on the scoreboard. Probably halfway through the second set. Scoreboard's really, I mean, I guess it could be interesting, but it's not really relevant, at least in my opinion, until I would say at least the third set is when things start getting interesting, when players have to really focus on what they're trying to do, especially if they go OB. Generally, if you don't go OB and you finish, second, third, obviously you finish first, you ain't got anything to worry about. But if you ride the second place train, you don't really have to worry too much about where you stand until the fourth, fifth sets. All three players hitting at the same time. I think all three players going OB. And I was unable to see Landon's, but judging by his reaction, I would say it is OB as well. You can see there, Landon Gentry's in slot 1, Jeremy Nowak in slot 2, Mark Costello in slot 3, and Cole Brightman in slot 4. Still no numbers on the board just yet. Waiting for Jeremy. So Cole's going to have a ball going down the right side. He's at least got a number. And I believe Mark has a cut going down the left side, so that should be a number as well. Yeah, so Mark Costello has one on the left side. He'll get a number back. Ooh, 370 on that ball from Mark Costello and 354 Cole. Still no numbers for Jeremy Nowak or Landon Gentry. Will be left for Mark. That's a good ball straight down the center from Cole. I believe it was OB for Landon. And that one's going to slide out right for Jeremy. Another cut going up the left side for Mark Costello. Same place as his 370, so we'll see if he can improve on that. I believe Landon's going to go OB here in his first set. Not sure about Jeremy Nowak. He's got no numbers being input into the scoring system. I'm not sure if his ball caller's having technical difficulties or... Oh, there we go. Now we got him in 342 from Jeremy Nowak. So Mark's going to take the set with 371, followed by Cole Brightman at 354, and then Jeremy Nowak with 342. Unfortunately, Landon has no marks. All right, coming up is Reed Russell in slot 1, Kyle Guybert in slot 2, Victor Bourget in slot 3, and Jacob Hignite in slot 4. All right. So this will be our fourth group in the first set. As usual, everybody's going to hit at least 5 times. We'll tally up the points. We'll take the top 8 into the next round, which will be, again, double elimination, 24 players. OB left. I heard way left for Reed Russell on his first ball. And then Victor Bourget is going up the left side. It's going to be close. I believe it actually did just barely roll out of bounds. Right there in front of the sign. Peter Anderson, what club head speed should you be at to be able to compete in the pro division? You can be competitive, I would say, with the right ball flight and good ball flight characteristics and all that. I would say you can be competitive anywhere from 140 plus. 140 with good ball flight should produce somewhere around a 210 ball speed. So, like I said, that with the proper ball flight and the proper venue, you can definitely be competitive. A lot of people think you got to be 225 plus or 220 plus to be able to compete, and that's just not true. There are plenty of guys that are in the 210 to 215 range that are very competitive. Why, if you have 5 balls OB, would you not just hit a safe 300-yard drive? In theory, yeah, you would want to do that, but it's not always that easy. Typically, the long drive grids are 60-yard wide, but here, just because of where we are in the venue, it just doesn't allow that. So this grid's around 45 yards wide, I would say. You can see on the screen looks rather tiny. That's because it is. All right, so we got a 351 from Reed, which is currently good for first place right now. Still waiting on numbers for Kyle Gabbard. And we have Jacob Hignite in second currently with 347 and Victor Bourget with 341. That's a good ball from Kyle Gabbard, but I believe it's going to go just OB left. Another good cut up the left side for Victor. All right, give everybody a glimpse of how the first set plays out. So we have Mark Costello, Caleb Fry, Bryce Verplank all taking first place in their sets with 200 points. Looks like Victor Bourget took first from that last set, so he'll join that group of 200 points. You see Scotty and Landon went OB. And we have Sam, Cole, and Rocco took second in their sets, so they'll have 100 points. And Sean, Jeremy, and William Dugan taking fourth. So these competitions are marathons. The round robin formats are a lot of hitting. 30 golf balls, to be exact. 5 sets, 6 golf balls apiece. Takes 30 golf balls to advance. And that can be a grind when you're battling adrenaline and having to work the schedule, because sometimes you come 2 sets back to back. Sometimes you'll hit 6 balls and then you'll have to sit down for 15, 20 minutes. So managing your time off the tee box is, in my opinion, just as important, if not maybe slightly more important. So definitely a culture shock if you're not used to it. All right, so Jeremy getting us started. That's going to be a good ball up the right side. I believe Sean's hugging the right line. Not sure if it's going to stay in bounds. Jacob's OB right, I believe. And not sure about Rocco. It's nice to see Rocco is rocking the mustache again. I know he cut it off earlier this year. Said it was getting a little too hot. All right, so Jeremy getting us started with a 377. It's a really big ball right now. Ground's still a little wet from the morning, both the morning dew and also the sprinklers. Sean going straight up the middle. That's a good ball. 374 from Sean. I'm going to go ahead and say it. 374s right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw somebody break the 400 mark later today, which is quite the accomplishment here on this grid. I believe the record of this grid, I think, was hit by Trent Scruggs, and I want to say it's somewhere around 408, 410, somewhere in there, which is an absolute freak golf ball on this grid. 400 yards is quite the accomplishment here. All right, so Jacob coming in with a 339. Jeremy's sitting there hovering around the 375, 377 mark. Well, he likes that one. Giving it a little shout. Rocco has a cut going up the left. Not sure if it's going to stay in or not. It's going to be close. So the grid is, you can see barely see the yellow signs lining both sides of the grid. The actual competition grid is about a yard inside of those yellow signs. So anything close to the yellow signs is probably going to be out of bounds. The way the rules work here in long drive at the PLDA, the ball must land inbounds and stay inbounds. It cannot land outside of bounds and then come back in, and it cannot hit one of those signs and come back in. It must stay inbounds at all times. All right, so we got Ghost in slot 1. Ghost is absolutely hands down the most consistent player in long drive. Ghost has hit all 6 balls in less than a second every time he's come up to the plate, and they've all been out of bounds. He's got more balls out of bounds than any other player, so very consistent. All right, so we got Bryce Verplank in slot 1, Landon Gentry in slot 2, and Victor Bourget in slot 4. And the only golf ball I was able to see was Landon's there, and it's going to be OB left. Landon's struggling to get a ball in play right now, which is weird because I saw him hitting on the range, and it looked pretty good. So there we go. That should stay in bounds. It's a draw going up the left side. Yeah, that's going to be a number for Landon. So there we go. 382 for Bryce Verplank. Still waiting on a callback for Landon's ball. Victor's still trying to get one in. Another OB for Landon, left side. And 382 from Bryce. Really good shot. Still haven't got the number for Landon's ball yet. Slot 2 might be having some issues with the tablets. Yesterday we actually had 2 laptops overheat late in the day, so hopefully we'll be able to keep them cool, keep the scoring going as long as possible. That's another ball in play for Landon Gentry. That's a good one. Nice draw up the right side. I'll be left for Victor. Victor's down to his last ball. Hopefully he'll be able to get that one in play, at least get some points. It's very costly every time. Never fails, like clockwork. Very costly to go OB when on the tee box with a ghost player, because just hitting a ball 280 yards, which is the minimum, at least guarantees you 25 points. Or, well, actually, 40, or it guarantees you 50 points because the ghost technically takes 4th. So a ball on the grid at 280 would at least guarantee you 3rd place, 50 points. So looks like Landon's second ball up the left side was a 353, which would give him 2nd. And Victor Bourget was unable to get any balls in play, so all right. And as we've seen in the past, players can normally, I won't say normally, but one OB set isn't going to kill you. we've seen it multiple times where players will go OB and say their first set, and then go get a couple wins and maybe a second place and still advance. We're taking top 8, so that also helps. Bubbles usually around 400 to 450 points. So 2 wins and say 3 third place finishes are pretty safe. 3 wins, you're pretty much set, almost guaranteed to move on when we're taking top 8. So we'll get a scoreboard update here in a second. We got Caleb Fry in slot 1, Reed Russell in slot 2, Sam Atanasio in slot 3, and then Mark Costello in slot 4. And I believe all 4 players just went OB left. OB right for Sam. Reed's got a high ball going up the right side. It's probably going to be OB. Actually, no. It's right on the line. I actually saw that bounce. So, yeah, Reed's going to have a number. Sam's going to have a number to cut up the left side. OB left for Mark. Caleb Fry coming in with a 347 on his second ball. OB left for Reed. OB right for Sam. 344 on his last ball. All right, so Reed's come back at 356. Still waiting on a number from Mark. And that'll be a number. That's a cut going up the left side for Mark Costello. All 4 players inbounds. Just waiting to see what that number comes back at. Ball was hit pretty high, so it should be a good number. I'm going to take a guess and say it was around 360. Oh, well, yeah, it probably landed around 360 and rolled out to a 382. And I believe that last ball from Caleb was going to be OB left. So it looks like Mark's going to take it with the 382, followed by Reed Russell with a 356, and then Caleb Fry 347, and Sam at 344. All right, so while we're waiting for that next group, take a look here. So Bryce got his 2 wins to start, so he's at 400 points. It's looking good. So Jeremy Nowak took 3rd and then a 1st. I really wish I could slow down how fast this scoreboard switches back and forth. And I swear the scoreboard stays on the second page longer than it stays on the first page. So if you see a blank there, it's because they have not hit their second set or the score has not officially been entered. So Mark winning both his first 2 sets. He's going to be up there at 500 or 400 points. Jeremy Nowak and Caleb Fry both at 250. So, again, scoreboard's not too much of a concern right now for most of these players. Right now, it's just about getting the nerves out, putting balls in play, getting the swing dialed in. A couple OBs there. And Kyle Gabbard's got his first ball in play up the left side. Unless, of course, it takes a massive hop to the left, which I don't think it would. It looks to be a pretty safe shot. OB right again for Scotty. Kyle's first ball, 342. Bold play from Cole teeing up so far back. Yeah, it's surprising how often we see that, right? Like players are able to tee up all the way to the front of the tee markers there. There's no official line drawn on the tee box. But we do see a few players will tee sort of towards the middle area. I don't know if it's a comfort thing or what, but yeah, it could mean a lot. 6 inches determines a tie here at the PLDA. So when you're giving up, like you're saying, 1.5 feet, that 6 inches could be the difference in winning or losing. All right, so Kyle was able to improve with a 360, and William Dugan was able to come in with a 380. Still waiting on a number from Scotty and Cole. Cole down to his last ball, and I believe it is OB right. All right. OB left for Kyle, and OB left for Scotty. Still waiting on a few numbers from Scotty. I'm not sure if he had one in play or not. All right, so Scotty. I heard that Scotty did have one down the middle, so he comes in with a 376, giving him second place there. So William takes it with 380. Then Scotty with 376, and Kyle Gabbard with 360. And, Kyle actually went 4 for 6 there, which is really good. We do have the performance bonuses going. 3 categories for performance bonuses. Most balls in play, and then we have best set, which is a cumulative score of your yardages in one particular set. So Kyle Gabbard going 4 for 6 there, all above I think 350, should give him a good run at the best set. And then of course we have a performance bonus for, of course, the longest ball in their group of 16. So just a little something extra in case things aren't going too well. You still have at least some things that you can achieve. I believe all 4 players going OB on their first ball. All right. Sam has a cut going up the right side. Should be a number. Yep. And just not able to see the other balls. Rocco has a confirmed 323 so far. Sam has another one going up the middle, so 2 numbers for Sam. It's a draw for Rocco going up the left. Might hang on. 343 for Sam on his second one. And there's another one in the grid for Sam. That one's up the left side, tight draw. Got a decent kick. Be interesting to see what that comes back at. Landing with a draw up the right side. That should be a number. Kyle Gabbard currently in the lead with 353, followed by Sam at 347, unless that draw comes back to be a little bit further. Still waiting on Landon's number. So 346 for Landon. All right. I believe that's going to be OB right for Sam. It's hugging the line. Yep. It actually hit one of the thumb benders out there and kicked back in the grid, but unfortunately that does not count. That is an OB shot. So as it looks, Kyle Gabbard is going to take the set with 353, followed by Sam Atanasio at 347, and then Landon with 346, and Rocco Gondek at 323. All right, so we're going to have Jeremy. Oh, look at there. Landon's last ball, 356. Stealing the win from Kyle Gabbard by 3 yards. Which we see that a lot, too. Back in the days of 8 golf balls, it was called the Magic 8 ball. And now that we've gone down to 6 golf balls, it is the Magic 6 ball. And we see it quite often where the Magic 6 ball comes in and just absolutely destroys somebody's feelings. It's heartbreaking. You're walking off the tee box, feeling confident, like just got to win, and then next thing you know, you get a call back from one of your fellow competitors that their 6th ball is end up being further, and they steal it from you right there at the end. It's just absolutely hard. All right. So William Dugan in slot 1, Reed Russell in slot 3, and the swingman Jeremy Nowak in slot 4. All right. So Reed starting us off with a 366. Not sure if Nowak has one in play or not. He was looking back at his ball collar. I think he was unable to see it as well. And William coming in with a 359. It's crazy. It still blows my mind how hard it is to see the pink ball in flight. It's very vibrant down there on the tee box. It's almost like they hit the color off of it whenever they strike it with a golf club, because it is very difficult to see once it gets up above the trees. And surprisingly, the blue golf ball becomes easier to see with a slight overcast. We have a little bit of clouds in the sky, but not quite enough to help see the blue ball. It's still more like a shadow flying through the air. All right, so that's a cut from Reed, working towards the right side. Good kick. It should stay in. And it does. So we'll see if we can get a number there. 365 from William Dugan. Yeah, 357 from Jeremy Nowak. OB right for Reed. Not sure what 362 just come in for Williams' last ball. So it should be enough for Reed to take first place. They may need to go out there and get an official measurement on the 365. So I'm still waiting on Jeremy's last ball. Clock wasn't running that time, so that's OB right, so it's not going to matter anyway. All right, so that should do it for that set. William confirmed at 365. And Jeremy Nowak confirmed at 357. So you can see there, once they change colors, that means that they have been confirmed. And Reed was confirmed at 366, so he'll take the set. All right, so this is, I believe, group number 3 in set 3. We'll get an update on the scoreboard after this set. Still wait for a few more numbers to populate. And I'll start throwing out some what-if scenarios. All right. Couple OBs there. Scotty's able to start us off on his first ball with a 349. Get things started. Let's see. With all the data from TrackMan, does anyone see these actual events going away? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Joe. Not sure why TrackMan data would affect the events. If anything, I believe data acquisition would make all the events better. And what percentage of the fields are first-year competitors? That's a really good question. I don't have an exact number on that, but this is not Bryce's first year. It's not Scotty's first year. It's not Mark Costello's first year. So the only questionable competitor on the tee box currently would be Jacob Ignite. Not sure if Jacob competed in years past, but I do not recognize his name from any PLDA events. So I would say currently from the data that I have, I would say 25%. Scotty getting started with 382, currently in the lead. Still waiting on a number from the other 3 slots, currently OB. Go indoor versus outdoor. I don't believe there. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely a time and a place for indoor events. But I don't care what radar system you are. I don't care how good your algorithm is. There is nothing better than physically measuring golf balls. So I don't believe the outdoor events will ever go away for that simple reason. But there definitely is a time and a place for indoor events. We've actually been experimenting with indoor events. We ran an amateur event indoors on the About Golf simulators at the One Stop Power Shop. And it was, in my opinion, very successful, which was great because we found a lot of talent. We actually had 3 players near about hit 220 ball speed. All 3 players that I'm speaking of definitely hit a confirmed 218 ball speed, which is funny because that's actually how Reed Russell got started, was that indoor amateur event last year on the About Golf Simulator, and he actually was one of the players that broke 220. Another player name was Sam. I don't remember how to pronounce his last name. His last name was very difficult. It was he basically just shortened it and said call him Sam Schnegg. But yeah, he was like 218 ball speed, and then we had another guy that actually he was swinging so hard. I want to say he broke a bone in his wrist because first few sets he was like right around 215, 218 ball speed, and then as the day went on, he kind of slowed down, and you could see him holding his wrist. I'm fairly certain he broke a bone swinging so hard. All right, but on the tee box now, we got Victor Bourget, Cole Brightman, Sean Johnson, and Caleb Fry. And Sean is starting off strong. He's got to draw up the left side. That's going to be close to the line. Ooh, and it kicked right. So that's going to be a number. All right, and Cole Brightman's got to draw. Up the left side. Go to the right. If he gets a good kick, it should be in bounds. 362 for Sean. 351 for Cole. Should be another number for Cole there. Up the right side. So this team building a hotel. We're supposed to be building a building. They were supposed to start on it 2 weeks ago, but I guess there's been some delays because before we left to come here to Memphis, it was not up. So we may get home, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday. It'd be interesting to see if there was a new building there. Cole's 364 on his third ball. Still waiting on some numbers for Caleb and Victor. And there's definitely going to be a number for Victor there. That ball is on a rope straight down the center of the grid. I'm not sure if Caleb was able to get one in bounds. Judging by his reaction, I would say OB. .345 for Victor Bourget. I believe his sixth ball was OB. So it looks like Cole is going to take the set with a 364, and then Sean with 362, and then Victor's 345. All right. Let's take a look here. So that was the final set of round 3. Just waiting on their numbers here. But as it currently stands, as we get the scoreboard to flip back over. All right, so we've still got Bryce Verplank, Mark Costello, and Reed Russell with 400 points apiece. William Dugan at 325, followed by a bunch of players, Scotty, Jeremy, Cole, Landon, all at 300 points. And then Sean, Caleb, and Victor at 250. So we're seeing a few OB sets, which is expected, as this is the smallest grid we will see throughout the season. So the points may end up being actually a little bit lower. We may see some players get in, possibly even with like a 375. It just all depends on how rounds 4 and 5 play out. But you can see there at the top of the leaderboard, you've got, 2 of 3 players with an OB set and still on top. So the wins definitely help, definitely sort of erase the OB set per se. So I mean, and just looking at the scoreboard, I don't think any player's out of this. I mean, this is still a toss up. I mean, Kyle Gabbard, Rocco Gondek, they could both go win-win, and be at 550 points. So anything is possible in the round robin formats. The grid is about 45 yards wide. It is the smallest grid that we see throughout the season. Typically, we like the grid to be around 60 yards, but here in Memphis at the putt-putt golfing games, we are only at 45 yards wide. Minimum speed, I would say the minimum is somewhere around 140 club speed, which with proper striking and ball flight should equate to about a 210 ball speed, and I would say that's probably the minimum. We have plenty of players that are competitive in that 210 to 215 range. Of course, everybody wants to hit the 220 mark, and there's a few guys that are approaching the 230 mark. One of them is in the 4th slot right now. I believe Reed's currently sitting at 229 or 228, somewhere in there. But yeah, you can definitely compete with a proper ball flight. You can definitely compete with 210, 215. Last year, Brandon Flynn won in Mesquite, and I believe his highest ball speed in that competition, I think, was around 213 or 214. In his final set, I want to say it was, I believe I clocked him at like 212. So yeah, Brandon Flynn's, he's one of those guys that just doesn't do very much wrong in the golf swing. I mean, just great swing, immaculate ball flight, just every bit of energy transferred to the golf ball. So, Rocco getting us started this set with a 334. Of the 3 sets, currently OB. All right, Bryce for planks, got a ball up the right side. Should be a number. Yep, I saw it kick left, so that's definitely going to be a number for Bryce. I believe Reed went OB, judging by his reaction. 360 on Bryce for planks. Cole doesn't look too happy either, so that might be an OB set as well, which gives Rocco a 2nd place finish. That was just a while ago. So that 2nd place is going to give Rocco 100 points, I believe, moving him up to, if I remember correctly, 250. Oh, I spoke too soon. Cole's 6th ball coming in at 370. How about that? Just sitting there talking about this magic 6 ball. And Cole comes in with a 370 to take 2nd place. And Bryce's 6 ball was 385. So Bryce was actually able to 6 ball Cole's 6 ball. All right. We've got Landon, the old man Gentry, in slot 4. He jokes about how he's 900 years old in long drive years. Landon's been around for a very, very long time. I remember doing a qualifier in Florida in 2009, and Landon was there pounding golf balls. So I'm going to go on a limb here and say Landon's definitely got more experience than anybody out here. So they call David Mobley the silent assassin. Landon is the sneaky assassin. It's really dumb to bet against Landon. It's really dumb because, like I said, he's got the most experience out of anybody out here. And this format actually favors Landon. Landon has excelled throughout the years. If you look back at the history of the tournaments, Landon has absolutely excelled in the double elimination formats. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in the double elimination later this afternoon. And his first ball is going to be up the left center. He should get a number. OB for both Caleb and Jacob. All right. Don't have any numbers yet for William, but I can confirm he's got a ball in play. He just hit a draw up the right side, turning back towards center. 366 on Landon's first ball. And a 366 for William Dugan. So that'll be interesting. OB right for Caleb. And Caleb Fry is actually one of our amateurs, and he competed Friday. I believe he hit in the locals here. He competed yesterday in both the regional qualifier and the amateur event, and now he's hitting again today in the open division. So he's got to be sore. If he's not, the guy's an absolute animal. He's hit a lot of golf balls. Oh, got a reaction out of Landon there. That's a nice draw going out the right side, which I heard him talking about warming up. That was his, when he was in slot 4, he said he was going to aim at the blue tent. So not sure if you guys can see, but the blue tent is just outside the yellow signs on the right side of the grid, and that's his target right now. And that ball is probably going to hit the blue tent. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that ball just hit the blue tent. All right, so this is going to be interesting to see. They're going to have to go out there and get a measurement on that to see which ball between William and Landon was longer. Caleb Fry was able to get one in at 339. So he's getting at least 50 points here. Let's bring up the scoreboard while we wait to see what that does. All right, so Bryce ended up winning his set so he's at 600 points. He's more than likely, well, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. He's moving on. Landon must have got a really bad kick on one of his golf balls. I heard him walking by talking about OB in the woods. I don't know if he's talking about his 6 ball that hit the tent or what. So Cole's sitting at 400 points. I don't want to jinx anybody by saying that 400's safe, but it's definitely It's definitely a good number to be sitting at right now after 4 sets. All right, so then we got William Dugan at 475. He's more than likely going to be moving on. It's all but guaranteed, I would say. You see Caleb Fry currently sitting at 300 points, that's probably going to, I would say 350 to 400 points is probably going to end up being our bubble. You can see Jeremy Nowak and Scotty Pierman have yet to hit their 4th set, and they're sitting at 300 points. Cole and Reed Russell at 400, along with Mark Costello. But Mark has yet to hit his 4th set, so keep an eye on Mark here, see what he does. This is the ghost set for Mark, so it is imperative that he gets a ball in play. First ball goes OB left. Sean, first ball is OB left. Cal Gabbard is in play up the right side. So that should be a good number for Cal to start off. OB right for Sean. Car alarm going off in the parking lot right now. That's a really good ball for Sean up the right side, but it's cutting, so it's going to go OB. 352 on Kyle's first ball. Mark's still trying to find the grid. And that's a low spinny cut from Sean, but it is dead center of the grid, so he's at least going to get a number out of that. Mark looking back at his ball color. Neither one of us were able to see where it went. OB left for Kyle Gabbard. 345 on Sean's first ball. So, yeah, that was a hit low in the face, real spinny. As soon as it came off the club face, it just took off rising up in the air. So, OB left for Mark Costello. He's down to his last golf. Still no ball in play. This is where things get spicy. That is a massive ball from Sean. I just don't know if it's going to stay. It's right on the line. I can see the ball collars moving, trying to dodge. If that ball kicks down the grid or left, it's going to be big. And Kyle got 369. Unfortunately, wasn't able to see Kyle's Mark's 6th ball. So, and it was OB. So Mark ends up going OB. I'll bring up the scoreboard here again. So with Mark going OB, that's going to have him at 400 points. We could have an absolute log jam around 400 points here. Yeah, this is where things start to get a little spicy. Trying to run a few predictions here, but like I said, I don't really want to jinx anybody. So Sean at 350. His last set's going to be important. Sean's going to need at least a 3rd place to get to 50 points in his 5th set. If I was him, of course I'd want the win to just go ahead and secure it, but which is very doable for Sean. Sean's a 220 plus guy, so a couple OBs for Scotty and Jeremy. I think Victor's got a cut going up the center. Yep, so that's going to be a number for Victor. Nothing. Unable to see any of those golf balls. OB left. Victor. This ball from Sam might hit the tower. It's going to be OB left. OB left for Scotty and Jeremy. Scotty's second ball comes in at 380. Victor Bourget at 353. It's a nice ball from Victor up the right center. And see the little club twirl there. OB right for Scotty. And Jeremy's ball fell off the tee, so. Sam has I think it's a cut going up the right side. It's probably going to be OB. OB right for Jeremy as well. Sam's fourth ball coming in at 356. Currently good enough for second place. Jeremy's got a cut going up center. If he gets a friendly kick, that should be in bounds. See if I can catch the bounce. Yeah, that went straight down the grid. So Jeremy's going to get a number. Got 5 seconds to get this ball off. 4. Gets it off with 1 second left on the clock. 362 on Jeremy's fifth ball. So it's gonna do it. So it looks like Scotty's going to take first at 380, followed by Jeremy Nowak 362. Then Sam with 356 and Victor Bourget at 353. Oh. Let's get this scoreboard up. So this is the first group in set 5.
Hi, Mom.
Scotty giving a shout out to Mom. Bryce currently sitting at 600 points, followed by William Dugan at 475, Landon Gentry at 450. And we have Mark, and my scoreboard changes. All right, so Scotty took the win there, so he's going to move up to 500 points, which should be enough to get him through. We've got Mark. Jeremy Nowak took second, so Jeremy will be at 500 points. Actually, no, correction. All these numbers are already in. Yeah, all these numbers are already in. So yeah, that was currently this. Sorry, pull that back up. So yeah, this is currently updated. So that second place puts Jeremy at 400 points, along with many other players. Scotty moves up, like I said, to 500 points. William at 475, Landon at 450. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out in that. So Jacob's currently sitting at 200 points. Cole was sitting at 400 points. And Sam, once it flips back over, I'll be able to see. Sam is sitting at 225. So all three of these guys need the win. Jacob coming in 358 and Sam at 350. It's going to be OB left for Jacob. That's a low ball going straight up the center for Cole. Should get a little bit of roll out of it. Wasn't hit very high, though, so he's going to need quite a bit of roll. We'll be right for Jacob. We'll be left for Cole. 363. It's a good ball. The low runner. Sam's got a cut going up the left side. High draw for Jacob. High cut for Cole. Trying to see. Oh, Cole's took a massive hop, but it went right. That's right on the line. Not sure if it's going to be inbounds or not. Sam coming in with a 363. Nail biter. This is a tight group. Like I said, all three of these guys need the win. What a slugfest. 358, 363, 363. And they're confirmed. 363s. 373. Ball number 5 for Jacob. Takes the win. Cole and Sam both at 363. So they're going to split second and third place points. So they'll get 75 apiece. Why does the ghost player suck? I mean, that's a matter of perspective, you know. I mean, the guy's got strengths and weaknesses like anybody else. The strength of the ghost player is that he's extremely consistent. He doesn't really leave anything up to question. We know what we're going to get from the ghost player, so. All right, so I'll bring up the scoreboard after that. So with that moved Cole up to 475. So he should be good to go with that. It's going to be close. That moves Jacob into 400 points, but I'm not sure 400 is going to be enough the way things are currently looking. And our scoreboard is lagging behind here. I've got the leaderboard, but it looks like our T-Box scoreboard's not updating for some reason. Can't get any scores right now, so I'm just going to start making some up. That's going to be OB left for Victor. Rocco Gondek just hit a cut. Probably went 500 yards, but it's going to be OB right. Mark Costello has it's actually a really good ball up the left side. Hopefully he gets a friendly kick. Unable to see it. Victor's got a ball up the right side. Kicked left, so it's going to be in bounds. OB right from Mark. Not sure if Williams stayed in bounds or not. 350 for Rocco. Oh, that ball is absolutely hammered by Mark, but it's going to go OB right. Never saw it. Never saw it. And he turns around and immediately looks at his ball color because he didn't see it either. But 337 currently for Victor. Williams' ball did stay in bounds. It's going to be 362. All right. Let's take a look here. So Caleb is coming on the tee box. That win's going to put William at 675 points. Actually, I spoke too soon, as you can see in the background. Mark Costello, sixth ball, coming in at 373. It must have got a friendly kick because that ball stayed in bounds. Wow. Holy cow. All right. So Rocco, Sam, and Victor, unfortunately, will not be moving on. Jacob currently right there at the bubble at 400 points. Like I said, I don't suspect that that's going to be enough, but you never know. Mark safely in with 600 points. Here, flip back over. I don't know who these guys are. All right, William Dugan safely in, 575 points. Cole probably going to be good enough at 475. We got two groups left. Here's where things get interesting. Couple OB balls to start us off. Kyle Gabbard has a high draw, right line. See if I can catch this bounce. It's in. Got a nice friendly kick left. He'll have a number. $348 for Caleb, $362 for Bryce. Still waiting on Gabbard's. Tyga is in the field. I'm not sure what group he's in. I don't know if he's in the second or third group, but he is definitely in the field this week. I'll be right for Nowak. Still waiting on Kyle's number. It's inbounds. I can actually see the golf ball from here. Surprisingly, the green golf ball is the easiest one to see. We have green trees in the background and green grass in the grid, but the green golf ball sticks out like a sore thumb. Jeremy Nowak, straight down Broad Street. That ball was hit really hard by Bryce. I just wasn't able to see where it went. 396 on Gabbard's first ball. Almost being the first player to break that 400 mark. Same shot. Draw up the right side. I see Kyle Gabbard's 396. That is not going to pass his 396. OB left for Caleb on his last ball. He's currently sitting at 348. Thanks. Right. We got a slugfest here. So Nowak, 367. That's good enough for second, which would put him at 500 points. Unless something changes. Caleb Fry needs the win here to have a chance. Let's see. Pretty safe to say Gabbard's going to take that set with a 396. Which is going to put him at 550 points. So he's safely in. Nowak confirmed at 367. Bryce confirmed at 362. So Bryson third, that's going to put him at 650, which is more than enough. And like I said, Nowak's gonna be at 500. He's got more than enough. Gabbard's going to be at 550, which is going to be more than enough. Caleb Fry is going to be at 325, so unfortunately he's not going to be moving on. Actually, sorry, I can bring that up so you guys can see that. All right. And as it currently stands, Scotty's in 5th right now. Landon's in 8th. So it looks like Reed and Sean both need the win here. So we'll keep a close eye on slot 1 and slot 3 as both those guys need the win. And I was unable to see either golf ball. Scotty and Landon both OB. Sean's first ball was OB. Sean's sitting at 350 and Reed is sitting at 400. So a second place for Sean, or excuse me, a second place for Reed should be enough to get him in at 500 points. Sean's going to need the win. 450 is probably not going to be enough, I would say, if I had to take a guess. Reed currently the only one in play at 354. Scotty has a really high ball up the left side. Not sure if it'll stay in or not. Sean's still trying to get a number. .346 for Landon. So yes, Sean is definitely going to have to win now because Landon has points, which will put him at least 475 points. Scotty Piran at 373, more than enough to get him in. Yeah, so Sean is has 2 balls left. Got to have at least 374. OB, ball number 5, Sean Johnson down to 1 ball. Reed Russell coming in 374, taking first place. So Sean's now got to have at least 375, or yeah, 375. Wow. OB Wright, Landon Gentry. Should be enough for Landon. Sean has a nice draw going up the left side. This is going to be close to the line. This kicks right. Unable to see the bounce on the blue ball. We'll wait for the callback. Reed confirmed 374. Scotty 376. Scotty's definitely moving on. Landon's close. Not 100% certain, but he will at least be at 475 points. All depends on Sean's last ball. Reed confirmed 374, so Reed should be moving on. That gives Reed 500 total points. Let's pull up scoreboard here. 379. Last ball, Sean Johnson. Needed the win, got the win. Oh, that makes things interesting, actually. So that moves Landon to 475. Sean moves up to 550. Reed ends up taking second there, or excuse me, third. So Reed will go to 450 points. I don't think that's not gonna be enough because Cole and Landon are at 475. So the 450 for Reed is not going to be enough to move on. It's currently showing Landon at 475. They may end up needing a playoff for that final spot. As it currently sits, Bryce McClink, 650 points. Scotty Pierman, 600. Mark Costello, 600. William Dugan, 575. Kyle Gabbard and Sean Johnson at 550. Jeremy Nowak. Yeah, so we are going to have to break the tie. So Landon Gentry will be coming back to the tee box at 475, and Cole Brightman, 475. Playoff. And Jeremy Nowak safely in at 500 points. So we'll get 6 balls here for Landon and Cole. Mano y mano. One man moves on, the other one goes home. Right. So how about that? First group of the day, and we've already got a tiny bit of drama here. A one-on-one playoff to see who moves on. All right. Coming up next in Group 2 to start us off, we're going to have Josh Koch, Taiga Tazawa, Kyle Culver, and a ghost player. Here we go. We're about to get started with this playoff. Right here, 6 balls. Spot number 8. Obi Wright for Cole. Landon Gentry, draw up the right side. This should be a number. Never saw the bounce, though. Obi left for Cole. This is a low screamer up the middle for Landon. Oh, my goodness. It hit another golf ball. Landon's ball just hit a range ball. So that may stop that from getting to the grid. Obi left for Cole. And I just saw a bolt of lightning. This is a draw for Landon up the right side. We may end up having a weather delay here, folks. Bad kick for Landon. That's Obi Wright. Cole has a cut going up the center. Decent bounce. This is hooking for Landon, left side. Ooh, got a good kick, though. It's going to be on the line. Not sure if it's inbounds or not. Obi left for Cole. This is a nice big draw from Landon, straight up the center of the grid. Both players inbounds. Unfortunately, we don't have any live scoring. So we don't know the numbers. This is nerve-wracking. Another low screamer from Cole. I would have to roll a mile for it to be better than his first ball. High draw from Landon Gentry. Center of the grid. Nice bounce. Nice bounce. Just going off of reactions, Cole has already left the tee box. Looks like Landon's going to be moving on. He'll take that 8th spot moving into this afternoon into the match play. Well, people on elimination top. Not really. But here's your top 8, even though it's not correct because Landon Gentry is actually in 8th spot. So moving on, we've got Bryce Verplank, Scotty Pierman, Mark Costello, William Dugan, Kyle Gabbard, Sean Johnson, Jeremy Nowak, and Landon Gentry. After the playoff between Cole and Landon, Landon will be moving on. And we just got confirmation we are going to end up having to take a short break here for weather delay. Not sure if you guys were able to hear the thunder or not, but got a little cloud above us with some electricity up there. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Try to see if the sky clears up a little bit. I'm not going to shut it down, though. See if I can grab somebody. All right. But coming up here in the second group when we're actually able to get started. On T-Box first, we're going to have Josh Koch in slot 1, Taiga Tazawa in slot 2, Kyle Culver in slot 3, and the infamous Ghost player in slot 4. All right, and here come the raindrops. Fortunately, all of my equipment is underneath the shelter, so I don't have to panic. Unless we get a random gust of wind, I am perfectly safe underneath the shelter from all the rain. Well, we started today off with clear skies and beautiful weather, and out of nowhere, here come a cloud. So a little bit of lightning, have to take a weather delay. First set was interesting. Bring the scoreboard back up. Quite a few OB sets, which is expected here on the small grid. But again, 480, well, 450 was technically the bubble. Landon's sitting there at 480 because he won the playoff. So just to help our scoring system so it doesn't freak out, we add in the 30 points. That way it puts him above Cole there. But good performance from Bryce, even though he went OB in set 3, coming out with 3 wins. I mean, 3 wins, that's all you got to do, folks. Let's be honest here. The way the points format currently sits, if you win 3 times, you're moving on. Simple as that. You can go OB twice, win 3 times, you're moving on. 600 points, to my knowledge, has always advanced. 450 doesn't matter where we go. 450 tends to be the bubble. I think the highest bubble I saw ended up being around 500 one time. But 450 is kind of your standard. Unfortunate for Reed Russell. Wasn't hitting the ball that good. I know we had a thing going. I'm not going to show you guys because I don't want to break my cameras, but a few of us have mustaches going. We got the mustache crowd out here, and Reed had it to start with. and said it was bad juju. Said he was hitting the ball bad yesterday, so he shaved it. And unfortunately, it wasn't the mustache. So Reed is one of the. He's not really a rookie. He came into the sport about halfway through the year last year after our amateur event. So as far as like, if you count the days, he might still be in his first year. If not, he's just over it. Back to that question earlier about first-year competitors. Rocco competed last year. Let's see. Moving on to the top, in the top 8, I believe competed last year. So not very many first-year competitors, but we do have some. Like I said, I believe this is Jacob Hignight's first year. I believe it's Samuel Atsanazio's first year. Yesterday we had the amateur event, and Daniel Owen won, and it was his first ever long drive. Pretty cool of him to come out on his debut and take home the trophy. So quite interesting change of weather. I will say, we started with clear skies, and now I can barely hear myself talk. The water is coming down so hard. Which, if this clears out and the sun comes back, that's going to get things real steamy around here. We're sitting at around 35% humidity, which will be really interesting. I'm actually looking at the forecast now, and I'm showing 100% chance of rain all the way through 2 p.m. local time, which I believe we are Central Time here in Memphis, Tennessee. Which is a mystery to me, because I don't know if we'll continue in this or not. I know we're not currently with the lightning and all that, but hopefully it'll clear up. Let's see. I want to grab somebody to interview real quick, but as soon as the rain started pouring, everybody kind of scattered, so. I see Becca Pearman is in the chat. Every now and then the points get a little wonky and you can slide in. Got to get in final 8 in Florida, like 350, 375. Yeah, that's the good thing about the points format. How the round robins work, and really the double eliminations too. You're only competing against the 3 guys on the tee box with you. So you don't have to worry about wind conditions changing at the last second or anything like that. I know in Mesquite earlier this year, the wind was changing so much that one set would come up, and the winning drive would be, 375, 380, somewhere in there. And then the very next group would come up behind them. The wind would change, and the winning drive would be, 460. So in that group, 4th place, I think, ended up being like 420 yards, something like that. And you only got 25 points. But the set before that, a guy got 200 points with like 370. So it definitely gets interesting sometimes. All right, just give me. Oh, step away from the microphone 1 second. One of my cameras is actually getting a little bit of water on it, so I'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Flip over to the camera that was getting wet. You can see here it's coming down pretty hard. And yeah, so this is definitely a curveball that at least I wasn't expecting. Patrick McPherson, new to this. What's the format for the next round of the top 8? So this was the first group out of 3 total groups. Patrick, we have 44, 45 players in the field, so we split them up into 3 groups of 16. Out of those groups 16, we took the top 8. We'll have 24 players. We'll move on to round 2, which will then be a double elimination format, where 2 players will move on. There'll be 4 on the tee box. They'll hit, and the top 2 will move on, and then the 2 losers will drop to the loser bracket. And of course, being double elimination, if you lose again in the losers bracket, you're out. We're running a true double elimination format. So a player that wins every set all the way to the finals, and they go into the finals with 0 losses, they will have to lose twice to be eliminated. So let's say, player 1 has no losses, player 2 has 1 loss. Player 2 would have to win 2 sets of 6 golf balls in order to win the tournament. We are definitely running a true double elimination format. And again, this is the first time we ran this format this year. In the past, we had 48 players. There just isn't quite enough time in the day to run all round robins, and to cut it down to 16 players and do another round robin. We ended up having to take like 5 players in a wild card, sometimes even 4 players in a wild card, to get that final 16. And we just thought that wasn't fair to all the competitors. So to give more guys a chance, we decided to take half the field. So we'll take 8 of the 16 and then move into the double elimination. Longest ball of the day is currently 396 yards, I believe, from Kyle Gabbard. As you can see there, that last set, we had 379, 360, 374, and 376. So 396 is a freak ball right now. I believe the longest out of that was 380 something. I know Scotty had a 380 at some point. I want to say there was a 383 somewhere. But yeah, 396 was a monster golf ball right now. All right, let's take a look here. I'll spin the camera around. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is clear skies. So the cloud is moving and should be out of the way here shortly, and we'll be able to get back to the action. There's a little shot of down the grid. Let's see what we got here. We got Ryan Reeves back there, chit-chatting with everybody. This is a nice 2-story facility. You can go up there on that platform and hit golf balls. Every one of these bays is hooked up to a top tracer. So all the players are actually able to get their numbers as they're warming up, which is a really awesome system. If you guys are unfamiliar with how Top Tracer works, they use cameras to track the golf ball. And there's only, if I can count them real quick, I want to say there's only about 8 or 10 cameras in this entire facility. And they cover all, I'm take out a wild guess here and say that they have probably 50 to 75 bays. So really, really awesome system. We were actually testing Top Tracer technology in Mesquite earlier this year. And we're excited to be working with them. Hopefully we'll be able to have, you know, some Top Tracers on site later this year at the World Championship. Hopefully sooner. That's just me, you know, guessing and probably being a little obnoxious. But it's going to be awesome. I think data acquisition is very important. We've had a few discussions about should players be allowed to take their own radar systems on the tee box with them. If you notice, guys like Kyle Berkshire takes his TrackMan. Josh Koch will sometimes take a TrackMan. Martin and Scotty. Well, Martin uses a GC Quad, and Scotty uses a Bushnell. They'll bring it up to the tee box with them. And we've had discussions on whether or not that should be allowed. And I agree with both sides. You know, there's pros and cons to both sides of the argument, but I believe that data acquisition is very important. The more we know about what we're doing, I think the better in the long run. Because I mean, we're an extreme sport, right? We're trying to do something to the absolute peak human potential. With guys like Kyle pushing, you know, 230 ball speed, and Colton Casto around 229, Reed around 229. You know, Josh Koch 225, Martin 230. Like, we're trying to see how far we can hit the golf ball, and technology really helps with optimizing. So I think the more data we have, the better. Especially if we can get some statistics going. Because I mean, I'm a numbers guy personally. I like seeing the numbers. I mean, if I'm hitting golf balls without technology behind me, I tend to let my mind drift, and I find myself just kind of swinging, just kind of hitting golf balls, not really focused, not really practicing, not really working on anything. So. All right. So Landon's got his 4-iron here, trying to beat some of the water off the tents. Switch back here. All right, the cloud has officially left. It is no longer above us, but we're still getting a little bit of rain from it. Hopefully it'll clear up here in just a few minutes. Hope the TrackMan and Foresight will donate TrackMan GC Quad for each of the 4 hitting bays. That would be interesting, TJ. Having TrackMan, quads, and Top Tracer, 3 different systems collecting data. That would be very interesting. And I mean, in theory, they can all work together, right? Because like, TrackMan uses the dual radar technology, both camera and Doppler. GC Quad uses camera technology, and Top Tracer uses camera technology. So they should all work rather well together, side by side. And I actually had the TrackMan set up while we were testing with the Top Tracer, and the data that Top Tracer was getting was incredible. It was spot on. Like the yardages that the Top Tracer was calling back were within probably a yard of what was actually happening, and that was without all of their equipment. I got to talk to the guys there that work with Top Tracer, and they're excited. They've got some really cool stuff that they can do. And it was funny, Rasmus, one of the Top Tracer guys there, running all the tests and stuff, he was talking about doing long drive, and we threw a club in his hand and told him to get on the tee box. Well, he ended up qualifying in a local on Friday, and went rather deep in the rounds of the regional the very next day. So first long drive event, and almost qualified for the World Championship. So that was really cool to see. All right. It looks like the rain has stopped. We're still getting some downpour coming from the drains, but I believe it has died down to a slight drizzle. I got to put you on the spot. Come here. I got to put you on the spot. Come here. All right, so I got somebody. I'm going to get Landon Gentry here on the microphone. I'm going to put him in the hot seat, ask him a few questions. I'm going to go ahead and apologize for this, but I got to do it to you, bud. You're the oldest guy here.
No, I'm not.
In long drive years.
In long drive years, yeah.
So
that's competing.
a little rough start.
Yeah.
Not ideal. I know you well enough to know that. But you were able to figure it out. I saw you hit some really good balls in slot 4 over there.
Yeah.
And you end up getting in a playoff and winning the playoff.
Yep.
So my question is, do you think that being an ancient man in long drive years played a part in that? The experience on the tee box?
I think in the playoff it did. Yeah. I mean, I was absolutely. I mean, you can look at. I mean, I guess I could reference Mobley yesterday, right? Like, I mean, him and Zach Adams in the finals of the senior division, both OB, and Mobley knows all he's got to do is put one in the grid. So, and a smooth one and put it in the grid. It wasn't pretty, but a win's a win. It doesn't matter, right? So,
right.
I think, yeah. I mean, I think in terms of the playoff, yeah, being involved in the sport for as long as I have played a role. I like match play. I like head-to-head stuff. So it's, I feel like I can beat anybody, at any given point. That's just,
I threw you a bone on that. I actually threw you a bone on that, talking about how over the years you've been one of the best in the sport at double elimination, which kind of is the same thing as basically a heads-up match like that. So.
Yeah. I mean, I knew what I had to do. The only thing I wish, like usually they kind of, you like to know where you're at, right? Mm-hmm. But I knew if I hit a good ball, I was starting to, like I said, like you said, I struggled early. This grid's a tough grid to hit, and it puts a premium on balls in the grid. And struggled early, went to the range, kind of worked some things out, and found it, and tried to implement it as much as I could over here. Under speed and pressure and adrenaline, everything moves a little different too. So you can do it as much as you want on the range, but when you step on a tee box against other guys that are trying to hit it past you, you got a little bit more to go. So, not the ideal road to get to the top 8, but at the end of the day, I don't like I don't care if I'm first or 8th as long as I advance.
Right.
I always tell people, and I always tell guys getting into the sport, like, you don't have to be number 1 all the time. There's guys that want to do that. I mean, there's guys like Winther in his heyday. He always wanted to be number 1. I can tell you Kyle wants to be number 1. I can tell you Martin wants to be number 1. Like that's what they strive for. And it's not bad to think that way. That's their mentality. That's what makes them work and how they operate in their mind and get themselves amped up. Me, it doesn't matter. It's just advanced because you don't have to be the longest until it counts.
Right. Well, that's cool. Yeah, we are on rain delay. It just now cleared up, so we're actually getting the chairs back out there. Hopefully get started here in about 10 or 15 minutes.
I can say a cheesy joke and say that I brought the Thunder in the playoff. And that's a good one. That cheesy enough, brought the Thunder and the Thunder and the Lightning, and then the rain came after that. So I tell you one thing. Shout out to the weathermen who are wrong 85% of the time and still get paid. Because we weren't even supposed to get rain. It was only like a 45% chance on the radar, and today at like 2:00, it's 9:45, and we just got.
Yeah, I looked at it this morning, and it said we were good up until like I think 12 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I think it was 12 to like 2 in that area, and
I think I threw a little bit of juju on it as well because I was talking about how pretty the day was getting us started because it was only like mid 80s.
Well, and cloud cover definitely helped. It did. I'll tell you one thing. There's definitely some perspiration going on between everybody. It is humid. Even though it was cool, it's definitely humid. So it's
that rain cloud was also the last cloud. So it's about to get
real steamy. About to be a outdoor sauna. So
good stuff. Well,
but yeah, I mean, on to the next round. We'll regroup and reset, and
you should be excited about the next round. It's double elimination.
Wait for the top 20. I mean, I'm old school, so double elimination is where I made my whole career really. So trying to keep up with these young guns now, like I guess every once in a while I surprise them. The old dogs still got it, but just try to keep advancing. That's the name of the game in 24 in the top 24. So
24.
It's going to be exciting.
That's just weird to say.
The top 24.
I'm so used to saying top 8, top 16, but now top 24 is
it's multiples of 8 though. It's multiples of 8. So it's it's in the same family,
which is nice. I like
family.
I like it. I like the top 24. So
I think it's great. You know,
I think it's good for. I mean, the whole point of this was to get more people involved, more
yeah.
chance to win.
Well,
So-
and I this all came about like in 2017 when I won the Midwest Slam when Golf Channel had it and it was World Long Drive. We had 32 guys, 2 groups of 16 points round, took the top 8 from each group, and then did double elimination after that. So it was interesting because guys got to hit the 5 rounds and then they got double elimination after that. So it wasn't just come out have 2 bad sets and then go home.
yeah.
So this kind of makes it a point to take 50% of the field. It's the most fair way really because this way we take 50% of each group of 16. And then in the double elimination, we take 50% of the group of 4. So 2 guys will go on out of the group of 4, and that's just we are true to our word. We're going to take 50% of the field at all times.
Yeah. Well, no. I'm not getting in that camera. I
You're
got
not
you.
gonna-
Yeah, I got you in the shot here, but I'm not getting in that
I'm
camera.
wet. I've been walking around with my trusty 2-iron like an old man, knocking off water off our tents, trying to keep them dry and the rivers from forming in under the tents and around the electrical equipment.
I can't do it with the mustache. I
I
can't.
can't do it with the
can't do it.
mustache.
If I didn't have a mustache, I'd be in there with no.
Yeah.
Jack on it, Colton, talking me into this crap.
Kyle, let's see what the chat room says.
Oh yeah.
Did Kyle already qualify for Worlds? Kyle, if you're talking about Kyle Berkshire or Kyle Gabbard?
Yeah, if you're talking about Gabbard, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Gabbard's still struggling.
He made it to the runner-up yesterday, and actually lost to Bobby Ray. So he could have punched his ticket yesterday. Had just kind of he was in the championship round, ran out of gas, had to go to the runner-up round, and then and ran into Bobby Ray, and Bobby Ray hit a pretty big ball. So it's tough. He's there's not really an exemption for the amateur side because it's going to be
right.
A buy-in, but like for the Open, I think he's still trying to qualify. So
you're right, correct. There is no qualifying for the amateurs, so he will be competing in the Amateur World Championship, but he is still trying to qualify for the Open. And I mean, that being said, he's hit 3 days this weekend. He hit Friday, Saturday, and he's hitting today. So
I couldn't do what he did or what he's doing.
Well, he's got the longest ball.
Yeah, I will say I was surprised. I was surprised when I walked around. I was up in that set after him, and I said he just shook up the entire grouping by doing that because he was like 11th, I think, like 10th or 11th. And when him taking the dub and getting 200, put him at 550, put him in the top 8. So I mean, good for him. He hit. He hit the Friday in the local to qualify. Then he hit in the regional all day, and then he hit in the amateur after that. And now he's here this morning hitting again. So,
and he had to sit down and wait for 3 hours during the senior event. So.
Yeah, yeah, which is always pretty tough to hit and then get back up for it. So, Jesse says Kyle's hair looks a little more fundamentally religious with that trim. Well, Jesse, it'll be good for you to get out of Canada just so you can come to Mesquite and compete. I mean, you're crazy, and I love you, but you just need to get out of Canada, man. Just get out of Canada. So it looks like the rain is letting up here a little bit. The
chat looks. I think that
looks like
it's
stopped raining now. It's just going to be a little more muggy than anything else. Bri Roberts is watching. What's up, Bri?
Chat's different.
Sound like you're from London. Yeah, we're good. We're gonna hopefully get Rant back up here. We're gonna try to give guys enough time to kind of continue to get warmed up, get loose again, and then we're gonna let it go, let them unleash again. Changes things for the grid, though.
Yes, it definitely does.
Definitely changes things for the grid.
We're back to our Memphis normal, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it softened it up that much. We'll see how much it dries out, and we'll see how much it dries out and as the day goes on. But I don't think that we're gonna see those big running numbers anymore.
Real quick. show everybody. Just give me a moment.
Martin Borgmeyer's in the house. He's drinking OJ. You know, he's drinking his orange juice. He looks well rested. Beard's on point. Fresh trim. He almost got in a fight with somebody in his house the other day. I heard 3 guys. He didn't want that smoke. They were all doing karate and everything on him.
All right, so I'm going to flip over here for a moment. Just give everybody a little idea. You can see above the trees there.
Yeah.
It's already starting to steam.
Yep.
So that's what we've got in store for the rest of the day.
Get a little bit warmer today and now. So hopefully maybe we get some clouds to stay in the area so it won't be, so hot. But I think that we're going to run into some heat again. The high today was only supposed to be 90. We might see those numbers jump a little bit just because it's definitely steamy out here now. You can already tell. So make sure these guys stay hydrated, and hopefully they'll be able to make it happen.
Also, switch back over to camera 6. You can see by the thumb banners.
Yeah,
there's a lot of wind out there.
Ton of wind.
It's really swirling.
I think to be honest with you, I think the only wind I felt all day today was in the playoff.
Yeah.
I think it was in the playoff. It was a little bit left to right, and that's supposed to switch later on, and it's going to be a little right to left. But again, the weatherman is the most, ingenious job ever because he gets paid for being wrong 80% of the time.
Hey,
all the weathermen, if you are watching, I do love you because you do help us. But
hey, man, they're right all the time. Okay, the weather's just that volatile.
Yeah,
global warming.
Global warming. Oh man. We got a nice big powerful group coming up here too. We got Josh Koch, who was our runner up in the last event. He was went psycho in the final 8, hit the longest ball of the tournament at 495, which is a PLDA record, by the way. We got Ryan Reese back. We got Will Hogue, who was last year's champion here. We got Zach Holton, newcomer, came on the scene last year, had some pretty good success, did really, really well. He's a 220 guy. Hunter Knoll, who is a really high ball hitter, and hits a big, high, heavy ball, carries pretty far. Nick Vorback, another 220 guy. Isaiah Joyner, which I'm not afraid to go out on a limb and say that Isaiah might be, let's not say might be. He could be, with the correct training, the proper techniques, stuff like that. He could be one of the next big dogs.
Yeah,
big dogs in the sport. I mean, he's
a big guy.
He is
in general.
He is like a gentle giant, but he's humongous. Like he looks like I guess he looks like a twig on TV because he's so tall, but he is jacked.
Yes.
And I saw him do like a 36-inch vert the other day.
Yeah.
I want to say, I can't remember. I saw it somewhere that he was doing like a 36-inch vert.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's good or not, but I feel like that's good.
Really fast hands, really long arc.
Yeah.
And
awesome
being as
swing.
tall as he is, I mean, it just compounds everything.
Yeah. I mean, he just looks athletic. Good kid, great head on his shoulder, great temperament. We got Taiga Tazawa,
Good old Tiger.
Old Taiga. Got Kyle Culver, who hits a heavy ball as well. Big guy, big strong guy. Hit a big ball to qualify on Friday. Did pretty well in the regional yesterday. Just kind of ran out of gas, I believe. You got Jeff Schmuck, Dawson Disatel, Cody Gebhardt, Tyler Culver, who's Kyle's cousin, decided to come into it. AJ Katucci, who is another guy that's hit 3 days in a row. Him and Cody Gebhardt have hit 3 days in a row, and James Anderson, ex NFL player there. So we got some athletes. We got some
representing
athletes.
the old North Carolina over here.
Right, representing the old Carolina Panthers organization there. Robbie's maybe not hometown team.
Oh, I'm a fan. I gotta be, right? I gotta be a fan.
You don't have to be. I mean, I live in Jacksonville. I got to pull for the Jaguars, right? But I like the Ravens.
to be honest,
But I grew up, but I was in Maryland when like the Ravens came in there, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, like all those guys, you know what I mean? Suggs, all the big heavy hitters that just killed people on the regular basis.
I'm probably going to catch a lot of flack for this, but I was actually, for the longest time, a Patriots fan. But that was back in Teddy Bruschi, Randy Moss era. So
yeah, well, shout out to TB12 because he's just killing it. As much as you want to hate him, you can't hate on what he's done. So, Wendy, the wind is saying nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
It's not even a hush, a stitch, a breath.
We get a tease every now and then.
The wind,
just when we get hot.
The wind is from the fans that are behind us.
Yeah,
that's pretty much.
Yeah,
that's pretty much the wind we get, Wendy. So it's absolutely dead right now. I mean, if you look at, I don't know if you guys can see that. Can you see the T flags or no?
You can now. Yeah.
Yeah, so you
see the T-claw.
You can see the T-claw thumb banners. I mean, they're absolutely motionless right now. So it's definitely a still just dead calm right now.
Make sure nobody sits 2 or 3. Sit behind 1, they can sit behind 4. Having to police my space here, having Ryan police my tee box there. That way we get the best views possible for you guys. We're a little limited on staff here for the cameras, but hopefully that'll be able to change in the future. Hopefully get some shots. And played around a little bit in Denver with a grid cam. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream, so it didn't quite work out. But my tests were successful. I'll say that's a positive.
Yeah,
I was able to get some grid footage back to what would have been the live broadcast had everything going according to plan with that. But
well, we're here now.
Things to come. Things to come.
Yeah, we're here now and making the best of it. So we're gonna get it. Looks like we're gonna get started up here. We got Josh Koch, slot 1. Josh has got a awesome salt and pepper hair going on.
Oh yeah,
awesome salt and pepper. We got Tyga in slot 2. We got Kyle Culver in slot 3.
All right.
And we're gonna have a ghost in this group as well. We had some guys, like I said, some flights got canceled, some people got sick, had to pull out and stuff like that. So we're gonna have a ghost in this group, but we'll
finally got the green light.
Yep. Here we go. We're gonna first ball from Josh is gonna be OB left. Tyga, OB left. And Kyle, I believe, is that right? OB right?
Yeah, it's going to be OB right.
So
it's going to be close. Probably going to be OB.
I'll tell you this, just from hitting in the morning group, it is definitely going to be definitely going to be a premium. There's definitely going to be a premium to hit balls in the grid. That ball from Tyga is going to be left center. Let's see if that stays in there. It looked like it was a pretty good ball. And that ball, now Kyle just hit one up the middle. That's going to be in. Now Tyga's ball, with the rain, it might have held it up. Might not have rolled as much with the rain. So we'll see if he gets a number back on that second ball. Josh Koch's first 2 balls OB. That ball from Tiger's going to be OB right.
And we're
talking about Josh. So Josh hit a gray ball up the left center right now.
We were talking about how the rain changes things down in the grid, but also up here on the tee box, right? Because this is
absolutely. You don't want to put you don't want to put the nuggets on the ground, get them wet. Get some dew, some drops on the face. That kind of. So that's 43. That's 43 from Koch with his first ball in. That ball's gonna be OB left. Still waiting on a number back on Tiger's ball.
And we also have our first fatality on the tee box. Tyga just broke his club.
Oh wow!
You can see the head laying behind the tee marker there.
So Kyle Culver is sitting right now with a 344. You got to wait and see if that ball from Tyga was in.
That's a good one from Josh.
I think they said that it's going to be OB. That ball from Josh is a pretty good ball up the right side. We'll say the right side is the hotter side of the grid. So the finals will be Probably the final. Well, the top 24 will start around 1:30 today, I believe. Might be pushed back a little bit due to the rain delay. We had about a 25-minute rain delay, I would say. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that.
Probably closer to 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Right now, Kyle Culver is looking strong with 359 there. Josh was like 339 with that fifth ball. So the grid is, maybe softened up a little bit. Maybe not responding as much as it was.
Yeah, for sure.
I think. I mean, it'd be. I don't know. I don't know if I would go ahead and say that 96 is safe, but it's right now it is safe as it can be.
Yeah.
From Kyle Gabbard. So.
Yeah, I think I jinxed that as well. I was talking about how, because we're seeing a lot of 370, 380 balls. I was like, well, we might actually, see some people break 400, which is unheard of here. So.
Oh.
You had to go ahead and jinx
that. Go ahead.
Well.
Just go ahead and take all the credit. It's all right.
I'm not proud of it, but.
All right, looks like we haven't got numbers back on Tyga's last 3 balls. So Josh, they've confirmed Josh at 344. They confirmed Kyle at 359. So waiting to see what. All right, so 356. So Tyga is going to take second with that. Take home 100 points. Kyle Culver's going to be take the win home with 359. Josh Koch third with 344. So on the tee now, we got Zach Holton in slot 1 hitting blue balls. We got Hunter Knoll in slot 2 hitting the green balls. We have Cody Gebhardt in slot 3 hitting the orange balls. And we got Tyler Culver in slot 4 hitting the pink balls. Left to right on your screen. So this will be an interesting fun group right here. Cody is that's a good ball from Tyler. Good start right there. That ball from Hunter is going down the left side. Might stay in. We'll see, how it reacts in the grid. So that's going to be
straight left.
Yeah, kick dead left, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's going to be OB left. I didn't see Zach's first ball. They said it was OB. Tyler, they have Tyler Culver at 239. I think that's a typo. I think that's 339.
Yeah, 239 does not count. So that's got to be at least a 339 for it to be a qualifying drive.
Yeah, Jesse Patterson saying ball flight is king here, without a doubt. It is in Memphis. It is definitely king. That's a good ball from Hunter. That ball from Zach, I think that scored it out right. So Hunter right now sitting at 349. That was a pretty good ball. I think that number from Tyler is 339. I don't think it's 239. I think it's a typo at 339 perhaps. He had a pretty good ball to start with. So, and 239 is not a qualifying drive in the open division. It's a good ball from Tyler right there. He liked it. See what Zach does. All right, that's going to be OB left, turning it over a little too much. It's tough. I'm telling you, this grid is and tee box is so 305 from Tyler Culver. So 339 from Tyler Culver now. Hunter Knoll still sitting on 349. That ball from Hunter's gonna be OB right. Oh, it's Zach Holton hit it. It looks like it's gonna be OB left right there. I think it's going to turn too much and go OB left. So Zach Holton struggling to find the grid here. Got 18 seconds. He's going to switch the club up, try to find it. That ball from Hunter is going to be OB right. That ball from Zach is going to be OB right as well. Cody Gebhardt, he sneaks in. He sneaks in with a 6 ball, 339. Going to tie Tyler Culver. It looks like no marks. I think for Zach Holton. I think he's going to be OB for his first set.
Yeah, you hate to go OB, but honestly, if you're going to go OB, it's better to go OB in the first set.
I would concur, just because I did it, and You go back to the drawing board. You go back to the range. You try to find something that you're looking for. Oh, Tyler Culver with a 364. Tyler Culver with a 364. That's a big ball right now.
That's a really big ball.
That is a gargantuan ball right now.
I wish you remember what side that was on. That'd be interesting.
All his balls are down the right center, right side. I mean, the right side's the hot side of the grid. The right side's the hot side of the grid, without a doubt. Every ball that was big today. Even Kyle Gabbard's 96 ball.
Well, right down the line.
Right, yeah, like literally barely stayed in.
Mm-hmm.
So on the right side. So guys got to get it on the right side for sure, aiming at that back right corner and just let it eat. But so maybe, who knows? Maybe the grid is responding a little bit.
Maybe.
Who knows?
I guess it could be possible that little bit of rain kind of packed it down just a little bit.
That's true.
Maybe made it a little slippery, so get a nice bounce here and there.
So here we got Will Hogue. Will Hogue, he's the defending champ last year. He's a hometown boy. He's here. He lives here in Memphis. Nick Vorbeck, slot 2, probably the best perm and awesome mullet in the sport. Dawson Dissatel in slot 3 hitting the orange balls, and then we got AJ Catucci in slot 4 hitting the pink balls. AJ's I don't know how he's still swinging because I think he hit a lot on Friday in the locals trying to qualify. He hit in the regional yesterday all day, and then hitting the amateur as well, just like Kyle Gabbard. So that's a good ball from him. It's down the right side. That ball from Nick's going to be OB left. Will's going to be OB left. So again, it goes back to putting balls in the premium. And Bryson D. Shambo has entered the chat room.
The D. Shambino.
The D. Shambino, as we like to refer to him here. So Nick Vorbeck right now, 359. 359. Nice mark right there. That was his first ball. So he's going to try to improve on that. AJ Catucci, 343. Will's still got no marks. That ball from Will's going to be OB right. Ball flight is king. Bryson can attest to that. Especially here in Memphis, it is just hot, muggy. We'll see what they do now. I'm still surprised that Tyler Culver's 364. I didn't think anybody would go over 60 after that rain.
There's a 365 for Nick Vorbeck.
And Nick Vorbeck, 365, so pumping up his number. I think Will just hit a good ball down the left side. Those blue balls are hard to watch. It's a good ball from AJ. He liked it. That's right up the middle. So Will at 350. That ball from Will is going to be OB right. Nick Vorbeck still sitting at 365. Dawson Distel, no marks right now. That ball from Nick's going to be done left line OB. Dawson Distel OB left. And these guys are not only fighting a steamy wet grid, but it's just sweaty and wet, hard hold onto the club, chalk bags, rosin bags, dry hands, whatever they can figure out. That ball from Will is hit, but it's going to be OB left. It's going to turn a little too much. So Dawson Dissatel there is going to be OB left. Will Hogue looks like he's going to be 350. He's going to be second at 350. Nick Vorbeck, 365. AJ Catucci's going to take third with 48. And then I believe Dawson's going to be OB, no marks.
All right. So the big deal, Ryan Riesbeck in slot 1, Isaiah Joyner in slot 2, Jeff Schmuck in slot 3, and James Anderson in slot 4.
So this will be a fun group. Be a fun group to watch here.
Yeah.
You know, Ryan, obviously one of the co-owners of the PLDA. He hits a big heavy ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Isaiah has a really good ball flight for this grid. He's It's a nice, big, and high floater. I'm telling you, he's my dark horse. I'm telling you,
Really?
I love him. He's a good kid.
I wonder how many times Ryan's going to yell today.
How many times Ryan? The over and under of how many times Ryan's going to yell?
See, it's always interesting when Ryan yells because you really have to know the context to know whether it's good or bad because he could scream in any situation.
The last time I heard Ryan yell, he had a huge ball. So, I don't think anybody wants to hear him yell. That's the problem. And we got Jeff Schmuck in slot 3, and then we got James Anderson in slot 4. So Nick Vorbeck's going to take that last set, 365. Will Hogue coming in second, 350. AJ Katucha, 348. And they did find a ball for Dawson Distel at 282, so that's a qualifying drive, so he's going to get some points. He's not going to go OB there and walk away with nothing.
All right, and this is Group 4 in the first set.
Yeah,
so,
this is gonna end the first set.
I'm bringing up the scoreboard after this and give everybody a recap of how the first set went. Scoreboard doesn't really matter right now. Like I was saying earlier,
it literally flip flops and changes throughout the entire day, or the entire 5 rounds. So
even from a competitive standpoint, right? Like right now, you really don't care where you're at on the leaderboard because so much is going to change.
Yeah,
it's really just about getting loose,
making sure
figuring things out.
Yeah, figuring out, making sure you're getting points. If you eke out seconds and first and seconds, it's always good. Finishing fourth is not going to do anything for you. So.
And 440 gets you a trophy.
440 gets you a trophy without a doubt. Yeah.
And possibly.
All right, so here we go. We're going to start out the last group here in set 1. Ryan Riesbeck on your left, hitting blue ball slot 1. Isaiah Joyner slot 2. Jeff Schmuck slot 3, and James Anderson slot 4. Oh, he yelled at the first one.
Call me Nostradamus.
Robbie, you know what? I'm gonna tell Robbie to go play some lottery tonight. I'm gonna give you some money. Go get a lottery ticket. Down the left side. So left line for Ryan. That was a pretty good start. That's right in the middle, right again from Ryan. Another good ball. Isaiah Joyner first ball out the gate. 379.
Letting everybody know.
379. I mean, he hits it. That is a perfect.
That might be 380.
Perfect ball flight right there. I mean, the kid is an absolute animal. And a nice kid. Great family. That ball from Ryan's going to be OB right. Jeff Schmuck, he's a typical low ball hitter, so we'll see if his balls get some run out. He'll be the litmus test, so to speak, to see if those balls are going to run. That ball from Ryan is 54. That ball from Isaiah is going to be OB left. James Anderson's going to be OB. Schmuck trying to launch it up a little higher there. I think that ball's going to stay out right. So 58 from Jeff Schmuck.
Never saw it.
Ryan's ball it's going towards the right, but it looked like it started right and kind of faded right. So James, I think that's going to be OB. Isaiah OB. Schmuck's going to be OB. So right now, Isaiah Joyner, first ball out the gate, 79-64. Those were two great balls. So I would say that's a pretty safe bet where he's at right now. Ball from Ryan's going to be OB left. Jeff Schmuck, OB left. James Anderson, OB left, and Isaiah, OB left. So again, this grid, it is a premium. It puts a premium on hitting balls in the grid without a doubt.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got to put balls in play here because it's a little bit narrow grid than what we're used to, and that's just how Memphis is. That's a good ball from Ryan right there.
And
Isaiah squirted one out there. Doesn't like that. So
I think a lot of that, talking about hitting balls in play, a lot of that has to do with I don't know what it is about the grid, but there are some soft spots out there.
Oh yeah.
I was down there Friday watching some balls fly, and some of them would hit and take off, and other ones would hit and just, it's almost like they hit a sponge.
Yeah.
It'd take one hop and
like
just not go anywhere.
Like landed like a butterfly with sore feet,
Yeah.
as your pop would say.
Yeah.
So
and
yeah, I mean,
other spots would hit, and you'd see dust pop up like a gunshot, and just
yeah.
ball would
Well,
take off.
Bobby Wilson always told me, it was always a big proponent of this. He said the grid is always going to determine who wins. The grid's going to pick the winner. So
Absolutely.
shout out to Bobby Wilson. Hopefully he's watching. He's a legend in the sport.
So no surprise, takes that with the 379.
Jeff Schmuck's going to take second with 58. So that ball he hit down the right side, obviously a little low runner, probably hit and ran out. That right? I'm telling you.
Yeah. And we've seen that too.
Yeah, the right side is the hot side.
There was a 365 low runner. I can't remember who it was earlier today. I honestly didn't think it was going to be too good, just because of how low it was. But I hit and took off.
Took off, yeah.
365. So
here we got. This is the first group of the second set. Nick Vorback's going to be in slot 1. Zach Holton in slot 2. That ball from him is going to be OB left. We got James Anderson going back to back here. He's going to be in slot 3, and then Kyle Culver in slot 4. So could be, Zach needs some redemption here. He went OB in his first set. Nick Vorback obviously took the win with that big ball.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for James having to go back to back. I was talking with him yesterday, and we're looking at it because we give everybody sheets, right, so they know when they're on the tee box. And we were looking at his sheets, and he noticed he didn't have any back to back sets. He was actually spaced out probably about as well as you could possibly hope for, right? And he said he didn't want to go back to back, hoped he didn't have to go back to back, and today he's having to go back to back.
That's the way that it rolls. The ball from Kyle Culver is going to be in. The ball from Zach's going to be OB right. So James Anderson right now is actually sitting pretty, only one with a mark. I think Kyle's going to come back with a mark here. The ball from Nick is going to be OB left. That was hammered, but it's going to be OB left. I think Kyle's going to have a mark there. That third or fourth ball that he hit was down the left center. So if it didn't roll out, there you go, 57, 357 from Kyle Culver. So good ball from him. All right. So Zach's got one in play now. Okay, only took him 10 balls, but he got one in play. So a little low bullet. He's not going to be happy with it, but at least it's a mark.
I don't know. That's about the same trajectory as that 365 I was talking about.
I could be eating my words here in a second. We'll see what happens. He's definitely a high teen, 220 guy.
340.
So 340s. All right, so there you go. Not too bad as a mark for him to set. Nick doesn't like any of them. I think he's OB right now, no marks. Kyle Culver still sitting in the lead, 57. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Brant DeBoer asking about the wind. Yeah, we've got gusts of like 70 miles an hour right now. Never mind. That's just the fan next to me. Yeah, there's no wind. None. Absolutely none.
Oh, so that ball is hit.
Much better ball flight.
Now that, if it stays in, will be bigger. But I don't know.
It kicked straight down the grid. That's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be close to 57. That might reach out and touch the 60. The 55, 60 mark. 62. So there you go. So Zach Holton with the 6-ball magic, 362 is going to take home the dub there in that set. Kyle Culver, 357. James Anderson's going to take home third with 318, and Nick Vorback, he's going to get no points that set for the OB. So unfortunately, he started off hot, and him and Zach Holton basically traded places.
So a little recap from set 1. As soon as it switches back. So from set 1, Kyle Culver, Isaiah Joyner, Nick Vorbeck, and Tyler Culver took first in their sets. Zach just got first with his, and Jeff, Tyga, and Will took second in their first, and they're yet to come up on the tee box. We're just getting started here in the second group. So a lot of hitting left.
Yep. We're going to have a ghost in this group. We're going to have Hunter Nolan slot 1. That's going to be OB left. Will Hogan, slot 2, the defending champion from last year, and Jeff Schmuck in slot 4. So, what do you think the over and under the long ball this set's going to be?
This set?
Yeah.
I don't know. These guys can hit it.
Yeah. I'd say 360. Every one of these
360 is a safe number, I'd say.
That's a good ball from Will. Yeah, that's a great ball from Will. Down the right side.
That gives
Awesome
a good
flight.
kick.
Let's see which way it kicks. All right, so that's going to stay in. So that's a good ball. That's a good.
Not too much
number.
roll.
Yeah, it landed soft.
Yeah.
But it's number for
375.
Will. So that was Will's first ball.
Yeah. 344 on the second one.
Yeah, 341 on the second. His first ball was 75. So that ball looks like it's going to be OB left. The ball was hit. He's asking it to stay in, but it's going to be OB left.
I'd say I'm still confident about that 400 number now.
Well, I tell you one thing, the Suns definitely dried it out pretty quick. It seems to be that way, anyways. Jeff Schmuck he's trying to hit that right line. Definitely OB right. Hunter Knoll, OB left.
Ooh.
Will, all right. So Will hit a little slinger. That's going to be. I mean, that's
the right
close
place.
to the right line as you can get.
Again, very little rollout.
Yeah, that might be around 55. 50, 55, something like that. That ball from Hunter's going to be OB. Yeah. 45 from Will. 45.
Hey,
it just didn't go anywhere when he hit it.
They're flying about 340.
Yeah,
they're just not getting the roll.
Not getting the roll over there. That ball from Jeff's going to be OB right. He's at 352, trying to catch the 75 number. The ball from Hunter. I think that's going to be
OB left.
Yeah. Turning a little bit too much. It's Will's last ball here.
That's kind of been.
Oh, that's a huge ball if it stays in.
It's in.
It's drawn to the left side. It's kicked.
That's a good one.
That's an awesome set for Will. That's forward the grid for him. So good set for Will there. He's gonna take the dub home.
Kind of been the story of the weekend for Hunter. He's been kind of struggling. I mean, he's hitting really good balls. They're just barely maybe 10 yards out of bounds left.
Yeah. Wow, that last ball from Will, that must have just hit and stopped too. So you're not carrying it far enough. You got to carry it a certain number to get to that 75 mark because he's at 44, 40, 45, and 43. So definitely surprising that last ball. It looked like he hit it pretty good. So here coming to the tee, we got Taika Tozawa in slot 1. We got Ryan Riesbeck slot 2. We got Tyler Culver slot 3. We got Dawson Disatella in slot 4. So Tyler yelled at it first ball. Tiger's going to be OB right. Dawson's going to be OB left. Tyler likes his first ball. And now the sun's come out now, Robbie. So maybe it's baking out a little bit down there again, drying it up pretty quickly. Dawson's gonna be OB left. That ball from Ryan is gonna be right center. Pretty good ball. Pretty good ball from Ryan. Tyga hit it hard, but it is drawn a little bit too much.
$344. I think Ryan's just said.
So
344. Yep.
So that 40 to 50 spot it must be soft out there because that's where a lot of balls are kind of landing. That's a big high, little butter cut from Ryan Riesbeck. We'll see if that can carry a little bit further, get some rollout. And again, that lands. I bet you that's in the same spot. I bet you that's 40.
Yeah, I can see his first one. Yeah,
it might be right beside it.
Let's see what the yardage is.
That ball for Tyler's going to be OB right. That might be the same distance for Ryan. It looks like they were side by side out there. That ball from Tyga's
39.
left.
So yeah, just short of it.
Yeah, 39. There's another ball left center from Ryan as well. Big high ball. I think that Honestly, 39 might be another number for Ryan. I think he might be around that 340 mark right now. So, yeah, 343 from Ryan on that last ball. So, yeah, it seems that 340 to 350 mark. So Tiger just hit one down the left center. He's hoping it stays in. That's going to be close. He's drawing a little bit too much. We're going to see if he gets a number off that. Tyler Culver, slot 3, sitting with 329 right now. Dawson Distel has no marks. So 340. There you go. 340 from Tiger. That ball is going to be OB left, drawing a little bit too much. That ball from Ryan's going to be OB right. So it looks like Ryan Reesbeck's going to take home the dub in that set. I mean, he was consistent. He just got to, again.
I think I heard that he was hitting it a little too high.
A little too high. A little too high. A little too much spin. Who knows?
So that means according to what Ryan was told, it seems that the ideal apex is somewhere around those clouds. Ryan was hitting it a little bit over those clouds. So
yeah. Here we go again. We got Isaiah Joyner, slot 1. We got Josh Koch, slot 2. We got AJ Catucci in slot 3. And we got Cody Gebhardt in slot 4. All right, so here we got two big hitters here. Obviously, Isaiah Joyner hitting 379 last set. We got Josh Koch, PLDA record holder with 495. And this sets up a lot better for Josh. That ball's going to be OB left, but Isaiah Joyner just hit one straight down the left side. Big high ball. That's going to be really close to the left line. So Cody Gebhardt's first ball from Josh is going to be OB right. So I heard there was a Troy Smith watching. So if you're watching, shout out to Troy Smith. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support of the PLDA. Hopefully we can drop some more bombs later in the day for you. So right now, Cody Gebhardt obviously has improved on his 317, 332. AJ Catucci 340. Josh Koch no marks. That ball from Isaiah Joyner was close. So I don't know if that's come back in or out yet. We don't know. That was a good ball from him. That was down the center. It looked like. Josh gonna be OB left. AJ Catucci right. So Isaiah Joyner's first ball, 364. So good ball there. Probably carried it 50-55 to get it out there to that point. That ball from Isaiah is going to be OB right. OB right. Josh Koch, OB left. So he's fighting it right now. He's fighting to try to find the grid. It's tough. That ball from AJ is going to be really, really close. So right now, Josh Koch is down his last ball, no marks. That ball from Isaiah is going to be drawing OB left. So Josh Koch is going to go OB there. Tough set there. Definitely was trying to. I believe he was trying to hit a little buttercut into the grid and just had the old double cross going. That last ball from Isaiah is going to be OB right. OB right. So Josh Koch is going to have no marks there. I'm going to confirm Cody Gebhardt at 332. I think AJ Catucci is going to be at 340, and Isaiah Joyner 364 there. So Isaiah's going to take home the dub there. No surprise. He hit two really, really solid golf shots, and taking home the win. He's going to go back to back here. It looks like. Yep, he's going to go back to back here. So coming up this set, we're gonna have Kyle Culver in slot 1. We're gonna have his cousin Tyler Culver in slot 2. We're gonna have Will Hogue slot 3 and Isaiah Joyner in slot 4. So this is going to be an interesting set because Isaiah's got 2 wins, Will has got a second and a first, Kyle has got a second and a first. So they're the top 3. They're the top 3 guys right now. So this is why we said it shakes up everything as the day goes on, because eventually these guys have to hit against each other, and somebody's got to lose, somebody's got to win. So we'll see what happens. Will and Isaiah have the 2 longest balls so far this group at 379 and 375. So we might see some fireworks here. Isaiah looks like it's going to be OB right. Slipped a little bit on that one. Will's going to be OB left. So that ball from Kyle is going to be right center. We'll see if that stays in. Pretty decent ball. No spin, though. So he's got to carry it or see if it gets a rollout. That ball from Will's down the right center. A very good ball. Will does his best work when he can't see anything. He'll always turn around and say, "Where'd it go?" And it ends up being a huge ball. So Kyle, 325. So there's a ball from Will, 355. Good ball from Will. Isaiah's got no marks right now. Tyler Culver's struggling to try to find it right now. That ball from Will's going to be OB. Isaiah, he's struggling to find it right now. That ball from Kyle is down the left side. We'll see if that gets a kickback right into the grid. All right, so Kyle Culver, 351. Will Hogan improved a little bit, 357 there. No marks for Tyler right now. Isaiah's he's struggling trying to find it right now. He's hitting him. He was in a good spot the first couple rounds. He likes to play a big high draw, and Will liked it, but that's going to be OB. So Isaiah's down to his last ball here. All right, so Isaiah hit his last ball. That's down the left center. So I believe that ball is going to be inside. We'll see where that ends up at, but I believe that's going to stay in. So at least he's going to get a number. Will's last ball is going to be OB. So Tyler's going to have no marks that set. We'll see if Kyle Culver improves at all. And it'll be interesting to see where Isaiah's ball is, because his last ball was pretty decent. So we'll see if it stays in and he gets a mark there. Boom, 379. So 379 from Isaiah's last ball. Big last ball. Big last ball there from Isaiah Joyner. Wow. So Isaiah Joyner's going to take that set. 379. Big last ball. Big last ball. I called it. I'm not gonna take credit, but I'm just gonna say I called it, because right now he's locked in 600 points. He's mathematically in no matter what he does for the rest of the round. Not that he won't do anything, but he's mathematically in. So now we got Cody Gebhardt slot 1. We got a Ghost in slot 2. We're going to have Ryan Reese back slot 3 and Nick Vorback in slot 4. So Nick trying to redeem himself, win OB in his last set just a little while ago. Ryan Reese back, he's sitting right now at 250, has a third and a win. So ball from Nick's going to be OB right. Cody Gebhardt looks like that's going to stay in play. Not sure. Ryan went OB left. So that ball from Nick's going right down the center. That's going to be a mark for him. Cody's going to be OB right. Big high ball from Nick there. Well, no, that's a good ball flight from Ryan if that stays in. That's kind of flirting with the right line a little bit.
Yeah, Sean.
Looks like it should stay in though.
So Sean, it came down to Sean's 5th and final set. He needed a win to advance to the final 8, and he got the win.
And he did.
So,
he hit some big balls.
He hit a really big ball.
He was in the set
win
with
the
me.
set.
I think he went 75 and 79, I believe. So
Yeah.
big balls there. Had to win to get in. If he, a second wouldn't have gotten him in. So had to win that set. So Nick Vorbeck right now 355 with that high ball. Ryan's kind of he's still in that 48. He's got to carry it a little bit further. I think that 340 to 350 mark is a lot softer than what it had been in the past with the rain. That ball from Cody's going to be OB right, sailing OB right. Ball from Ryan's going to be OB left. Turned around, said he was over swinging, so maybe he can make a correction here. That ball from Cody's asking for it to come back. Nick's ball is going to be OB right. We'll see if Ryan can have some more 6-ball magic here. Take over the 55. Oh, that's a good ball. That's got to turn a little bit. That's flirting with the right line.
I almost said so.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to stay. Yep.
Yeah, I hit the tent.
It hit the tent and knocked the water off the tent.
Pretty sure you hit the tent earlier today, which was your target.
Yeah, like that was the one ball that didn't turn that I actually hit good. We got it done, you know. Sometimes it's not pretty, but it works.
So Cody was able to come in on his 6 ball.
Yep, got a little 330, so he's going to walk away with some points. I'll tell you the biggest. You know, they always call it like a 2-shot swing in PG and PGA Tour golf when they say some guy bogeys and another guy birdies, right? 2-shot swing. I tell you, when you go OB in a set that has a ghost in it, it is
A 3-shot swing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's probably you technically, even though it's only 50 points that you're missing out for just hitting a ball in the grid if you finish last, it's probably really equates to 100 in the big scheme of things.
Yeah,
because everybody else is usually going to get points from that.
At that point, you're hoping that somebody else does
goes
the
OB.
same mistake.
Yeah,
so.
it is terrible to go OB. It's a big mistake. So, all right, we got Dawson Disatell here. We got James Anderson, the Carolina Panther in slot 2. That ball from him is going to be OB right. Josh Koch going to try to redeem himself here in slot 3. That ball from Dawson Disatell, good ball down the left center right there. Then we got Hunter Knoll in slot 4. So Hunter also trying to redeem himself. Both him and Josh Koch went OB in their last sets. So that ball from James was hit pretty good. That's going to be OB right though. Dawson's going to be OB right. All right, so Josh is down the right center. That ball's going to be in play. We'll see where that lands at. I would say that's probably around the 340, 345 mark, just based on his reaction to it, trying to get one in play, just trying to find a groove in the swing. Get a number out there, relax a little bit so you can free swing it. Hunter Knoll's going to be OB left. 54 from Josh. 54 from Josh Cox. Good ball there. James Anderson, that ball's going to be down the right center. We'll see if that stays in. Dawson down the left side. All right, so James Anderson's got a ball in play now, so that's down the right center. That stayed in. So Hunter Knoll's still struggling a little bit, trying to find the grid here. Again, we can't stress it enough with the premiums of Another good ball from Josh right down the right center. Dawson down the left center. That ball's going to be in. So James Anderson, 324. We'll see if Dawson's that last ball's a little bit lower. I don't know if that's going to improve on the 33 he put out there already. A little higher from James. Looks like it's going to be OB right. Josh is going to be OB left. A little quick from the top. Hunter is going to be OB left. Looks like he's pushing a little bit. Looks like he's putting another 54 from Josh. So another 54 from him. So sitting okay right now. I think the only person that can really catch him and carry it far enough right now in this group would probably be Hunter, but Hunter's struggling really bad. Been struggling the last couple sets. Also hit yesterday in the regional as well, so he's got an extra day of hitting under his belt too, some fatigue. So that ball from Hunter is going to be really close to the right line. I think that's going to be OB. I don't think it's going to come back enough. Yeah, so I think Hunter's going to go OB again. That's a big mistake, big hole that you put yourself in right there. I mean, he's sitting at 100 points, so he's going to have to do some work in the next coming rounds. Dean Robinson asked, where's Big Joe Miller at these days? Big Joe Miller is still in London, but he's training. He's doing his thing over there. We miss him. We wish him the best. Hopefully he gets to we'll get to travel this year to come to our World Championship. He is a awesome competitor, great champion. We miss you, Joe. So if you're watching, hope the fam bam's good, and hope to see you soon, buddy. Brandon, that might be one of his fake accounts. You never know. All right, so Josh Koch is going to take the dub home there, 354. Dawson Distantel, 332. James Anderson's going to take home third, 50 points with 324. And Hunter Knoll just struggling to find the grid. So that's back-to-back OB sets for Hunter. So that's a big big hole right there. Big hole right there. It's a good ball from Josh. No way to redeem himself after going OB in his previous set. So here we go. Last group of set 3 here. We got Jeff Schmuck in slot 1, AJ Katucci slot 2. We got Zach Holton in slot 3, and we got Taiga Tazawa in slot 4. So Jeff Schmuck's ball going to be OB. AJ Katucci right down the middle. Taiga liked his ball, and Zach hit a good ball as well. So AJ Katucci's probably going to be around the 330 mark, I would say. Zach put one in play, kind of helps you relax. So did Taiga. Taiga fist pumped it. That's another ball by AJ Katucci right down the middle. Jeff Schmuck's going to be OB right. And it's going to be OB right from Taiga. Going to be OB right from Zach Holton as well. So Zach Holton, there you go, 377. Good ball. Taiga at 360. Waiting on some callbacks for AJ's couple balls. Okay, so 340. Not bad. He can step on it a little bit. Taiga just hit another good ball. That ball from Jeff's going to be OB. That's a huge ball from Zach. That might be close to his 77. Andy, we have no airplanes over here. They're flying all around us. They're just not flying in the grid like they were at the Mile High, buddy. That's gonna be OB right from Jeff. Pulled left from Zach. So Taiga stepped it up, went 374 on his third ball. Good ball from these two right here. So that ball's going to be OB left from Taiga. Pulled left. Jeff Schmuck's going to be OB left. AJ Katucci, OB left. And let's see. And Zach just hit another big ball down the right side. We'll see if that gets some release out. Gets close to that 77 mark. But that sounded a lot better. Left the club a little bit hotter as well. So Jeff's down to his last ball. So going to be OB right for Taiga on his last ball. So he's going to end up with 74, it looks like. Smuck's going to be OB. AJ Katucci OB. Let's see what Zach. So Zach, that is a little bit lower ball flight, a little bit more penetrating ball flight, but that's going to be OB left. It's pulled to the left a little bit, left line. Yep. Going to bounce OB left. He went 361 on that last ball, but hey, 377 ball one. Definitely a good, actually a really big ball right now, I believe. 74, 70. Anything over 65 right now, I think is a pretty big shot. So looks like Zach Holden's going to take the dub home with that. Tiger Tazao is going to take home second, 100 points with 74. AJ Katucci, third place with 340, and then Jeff Schmuck, no marks that set. So we'll get these numbers. We'll get these numbers updated, and then we'll give you an update on where everybody where the top 8 sits at right now. We got two rounds left, 2 rounds of hittings left for all these hitters. So again, this is a group of 16. We're going to take the top 8. All right. So Isaiah Joyner is sitting in first place. He's won every set he's in, so he's at 600. Zach Holton taking on the dub there, gets another 200, so he's sitting at 400. Will Hogue at 400. Nick Vorbeck at 400. We got Kyle Culver at 350. Ryan Riesbeck at 350. Tyga at 300, and then we got a tie for the 8th place spot right now between Tyler Culver and Josh Koch at 250. So again, 2 more rounds for these guys to kind of figure it out and shake some things up. We got AJ Katucci in slot 1. We got Kyle Culver slot 2. Hunter Knoll slot 3. That ball from Kyle is high ball right down the middle. That's around 55, 60. It looks like. And then Ryan Riesbeck, the big deal, is going to be in slot 4. All right, so that ball from Hunter is in the perfect spot down the right line. Yeah. So Hunter's going to have a nice number on that one. That ball from Ryan is going to be OB right. Looks like Kyle's second ball was in play as well. So 47 on that first ball for him. We're waiting on a number for Hunter Knoll here coming back. So that ball definitely stayed in. AJ Katucci down the left line. That looks like it's going to be OB left. So 342 from Hunter on that ball. That's a good ball from Ryan. So that's going to be right center. That ball from Hunter is going to be OB right. So that ball from AJ is going to be OB left. Hit really well, but it's going to be OB left. Ryan just went 54. That's a good ball. Another good ball left side for him. See if that stays in. So Hunter Knowles definitely he's got a ball in. He's aimed well right because he's just pulling across the ball. So that ball is got no spin on it, just dying out of the air. I think that's going to be OB. Yeah, it took a big hop OB left. AJ Katucci pulled OB left. So Ryan improved a little bit, 359. Oh, that's another good ball in that same spot. That ball from Kyle is going to be OB right. So Ryan improved a little bit. 359. So Hunter he's just shutting the face down so hard, just turning the ball over a little too much. 350 from Ryan. AJ Katucci trying to hit that right side. Knows that ball's big ball down the right. Oh, and Kyle Culver just hit a nice big ball. Last ball. We'll see what that comes back at. Kind of took a weird hop on him a little bit, so I don't know if that got out to the 59 mark or not. We'll get these numbers confirmed, see who's going to take that set. All right, so AJ Katucci, his last ball went 46. So he's going to – all right, so the 23 from Kyle, yeah, that last ball just took a weird hop on him. So Ryan Riesbeck's going to take home the win, 359. Kyle Culver's going to take home second place with 347. AJ Katucci, 346, and Hunter Knoll, 342. Hi, Brittany. I miss you. I see you say good morning from beautiful Dallas, Texas, I believe. All right, so here we go. We're going to kick this one off with James Anderson, slot 1, Cody Gebhardt, slot 2, Taika Tazawa in slot 3, and Will Hogan, slot 4. So,
can I get a quick interview?
Yeah, so Mr. Ryan Reese back here, the big deal, is joining us here. Turn the microphone on. You got to be smarter than.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Rock and roll. Here
Rock
we
and
go.
roll.
We're in Memphis, baby.
Yeah. How'd you feel in that last set? You've honestly been hitting a lot of balls in the grid. It's unlike you.
You know, it's like an out of body experience, to be honest with you.
So tell us. So tell us now. I kind of explained how I felt and how the grid was, kind of running out a little bit this morning. We had a little bit of a rain delay.
Which is to my advantage. Typically, I don't hit a really high ball flight,
Yeah.
so that's what I was hoping it would
Hoping
stay
for, huh?
that way. So, and then I'm trying to hit it high, but not too high. When I tend to try and hit it high, I usually hit it too high on the face, and then it doesn't have much punch behind it. So.
Yeah. Just kind of dies out of the air, huh?
Yeah. Center contact is not.
So what would you say you're hotter now that you're hitting and it's after the rain, it's a little more steamy?
Oh, it is definitely steamy. I don't have a problem warming up here in Memphis for sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But it's good, I kind of like that it's overcast right now for the most part because you can see the balls,
A little
especially
bit
the spectators.
Yeah.
It's hard, some of the balls when it's really bright, you lose them. It's hard to see, but up against that cloudy backdrop, you see just about every color ball pretty
I don't
well,
think anybody that's hitting right now is going to complain about the cloud cover.
Yeah. But there's some really good newcomers in the field.
Oh, absolutely. We were just talking about it. Oh, it's a good ball from Tiger
Yeah.
right there.
Right
in a good spot.
That back left corner, I don't think is giving up the distance though, or I could be wrong. You've been watching balls.
Well, you actually hit your 59 ball there. Just the last.
Well, then it probably is.
Yeah. Well, what we have noticed is that in your first set you were like 45, 43, 44, and
yeah. So I went to I changed my loft down 2 degrees.
Okay.
And
Will's waving at it.
I got Isaiah Joyner in that first
Yeah,
set.
well, and I called it earlier. Like, he is definitely
He joinered somebody else I saw before my third set.
He has been absolutely stroking it. So, I mean,
I don't know.
I was saying he's mathematically in. I think that you're mathematically in now after that set at 550. So two wins in a second. Usually that 500 puts you in there. So
Yeah.
Will 6-balled it right there at 364. So he's going to take home the dub.
There's not been many balls in the 60 range.
No,
And just a
I
couple
think
in the 70s
we
this-
think after that rainstorm that you got to carry it. If you carry it 50 plus, you're getting a little more release out of it because everybody who's hitting it in the 340 to 350 mark is kind of it's like Bobby would say, it's landing like a butterfly with sore feet.
All right, let's get a quick update real quick on the standings as we are in set number 4 now. So this is where things start to get a little spicy. Isaiah Joyner has won every set so far, so he's safely moving on at 600 points. Will Hogue, 600 points. Ryan Riesbeck at 550, probably going to be moving on. Kyle Culver and Zach Holton at 450, 400. Taiga Tazawa at 400. 400 typically seems to be the bubble right now. Landon actually needed 475 in the first group to advance, so might be a little nervous right now at 400. But then again, really all you need to do is perform in your last set and hope for the best.
It goes back to a premium of hitting balls in the grid, right?
Yeah.
So I was at 450, and I knew if I put one in the grid, I was at least guaranteed 475. But Sean Johnson decided to go ahead and win that set, and I thought 475 was going to be pretty good and wouldn't have to worry about anything, and he just decided to hit some big nuggets that set and take the win home. So
This is going to be a good matchup here. Isaiah Joyner.
So Isaiah,
hits a really high ball.
that's a little bit spinny. It's a little bit spinny there, but this is going to be a test between him and Zach for sure. They're high teen 220 guys,
and they're both putting
and they're
balls
young.
in play. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Maybe this heat.
Robbie alluded to that I was the oldest guy in the field figuratively in long drive years.
Well, you probably got more swings.
Yeah, I was like, me and Ryan are probably the dinosaurs of the open division, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I started in 2010, so we're
Yeah, and I started
almost
it-
12 years. It was August 2010.
I started
so,
in 05.
well, you got me by a long way.
05.
You are old, man.
Terrible.
Do you? Is that why you
Terrible.
use a walker all the time?
Did you see me walking around with a 2-iron knocking the water
Flipped
out?
it over, yeah. Flipped over.
I have to after trying to compete with all these guys barely making it into the top 8. You know what I mean? It's terrible. Got to go back get some ibuprofen now and get some AC.
Yeah, definitely some AC.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because we were talking about it earlier. Robbie and I were talking about it earlier.
Hey, hold on. Don't distract from the fact that we don't have any balls in play right now. Now, granted, the first player is a ghost, but the other 3 players.
Well, that was my discussion. That was going to be my point. So that ball from Isaiah is going to be right down the middle. Huge ball.
It's
Huge
so
ball.
high.
Like he hits it so high, but it's so high. And then Zach's going to follow that up. Let's see if that's kind of creeping to the left side.
That should hold it with that soft ground, but the edges have been rolling
The
out.
edge, yeah, that's what we were alluding to. You were talking about earlier. Is the right side? Everybody is the biggest balls are coming off the right side. But if you can get it on the left and keep it on the left, you're getting rewarded as well. So Zach Holton, that ball did stay in at 51. Don't have a mark back for Isaiah yet. I would say that's 65 plus.
They're still walking back to it. 66.
Gosh,
Man,
I'm
you're
so
like
good.
a savant.
Yeah, just so good. So good. So 66 there for Isaiah Joyner 3. So basically what we were talking about, on PGA, if a guy makes a bogey and another guy makes a birdie, it's a 2-shot swing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they call it a 2-shot swing pretty much, right? When you're fighting for the lead. So who was it? Somebody went OB in a ghost set with a ghost set,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And I said that, that in the big scheme of thing, that kind of equates really to 100-point.
Oh, it's a lot.
Really,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Because
Yeah, because if you put a
one ball
in
into play, you're guaranteed minimum 50.
Yeah,
So
and then if somebody goes OB with the ghost in your group, they get second place, 100 points.
yeah,
Dawson Disatel put his last ball in
Yeah.
right there.
so he's going to get a mark there. Yeah, so 339. Isaiah Joyner is going to take home the dub at 366. Zach Holton's going to take home second place with 351. So Isaiah just keeping his winning ways going.
Am I in this group?
Nope,
Are we still in group 4?
we're in group 4.
Oh man, I scared.
Golly,
There.
look at this guy. Like
Woo.
he knows. For
You
a
think
fact.
I would know by now,
Yeah,
right?
Get on out of here, man. We still got some time.
I need Sarah here to help me through these things. So
Nice plug.
yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to my wife and children at home, having a good time. They were at the lake this last few days,
There you go.
enjoying themselves, eating milkshakes at night. That's our tradition.
There you go. Milkshakes at night.
Yeah.
What about Dr. Peppers? Or is that just
there's,
you?
There's usually a plethora.
Is that just you?
Okay,
That's
so
an
Atlanta,
all-day
you've
thing.
been, you've probably been to every one of these. You maybe missed one of these here at the Putt Putt Family Golfing Games in Memphis, but you've probably been here 8 or 9 times competing.
I think I've been here every time that Spencer's thrown it.
Tell me something maybe people at home wouldn't know about this facility, or competing here at this venue.
At the Putt Putt Golfing Games, Family Park,
Yeah.
they used to hold the Putt Putt World Championship here. So like if you were a Putt Putt master, you possibly could have came and competed for a world championship in the great sport of putt putt here at Family Golfing Games Memphis. Or I think it's now they've changed it, right? Is it Putt Putt Games, Golf Games?
I think it's Family Golfing Games.
Is
Putt
it-
Putt Family Golfing Games.
Putt Putt Family Golfing
Yeah.
Games. I got you.
So where I'm from, we call it mini golf.
Mini
and
golf.
and I thought you just had a stutter, and I'm not. I thought
Not
you were just going
judging?
putt putt.
Putt 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 putt. No, that was how my swing was this morning.
didn't
Putt
realize
putt
in the
putt
South.
putt. It wasn't any speed. It was just
Yeah,
putt putt
putt,
putt
putt.
putt along.
Well,
But it's yeah.
just real quick,
Robbie's going to
let's
drop
not
some knowledge.
undersell how important this set is. All 4 of these guys right now need the win because they're all
Are
4
they all on
sitting
the bottom
right
half?
there at the bubble.
Oh,
I'll tell you one thing.
So we've got-
Josh's club just sounded weird.
so
Yeah, maybe
I think it was
perfect.
Vorbeck had a really good shot that I thought was in, but maybe it went out on the right side.
So right now we got a log jam here.
Oh,
That,
Schmuck
just hit one.
Lasered one about
Tyler's
50
gonna-
feet off the
Tyler's
ground.
gonna be OB.
So
Josh Koch going to be OB left with that shot. Nick Vorbeck OB left with that.
See
as well. So
that
Josh-
shot right there. I see a lot of those here, where it starts like kind of left side, left center, and it lands at the bottom of that tower on the right. There's another one. To me, it seems like I don't know if that draws your eye to it
Yeah.
during when you're setting up to the ball.
As a target, maybe.
Yeah. All right. So we got Schmuck's got a 44 and Koch is at 53.
Koch is at 53.
And Vorbeck, has he got a ball?
He doesn't have a. He doesn't
I
have a
think
mark
he
right
went
now.
OB on that. That's
He doesn't have a mark right now.
That's tough. But not out of it, I don't think. If
No,
he's on the
he's-
bubble
he's
now,
still
he's
sitting-
got one more set.
Got one more set. He's sitting at 400.
Yeah, he's at 400 points. So he of the 4 guys on the tee box right now, he's probably sitting the safest.
So they could have locked it up, right?
Yeah, it's really big that Josh Koch is in the lead right now. He needs this win because the win would put him at
And I
450.
think that's going to do it. I think he's going to be in
Yeah, I
at
think he's going to
53
take home
first
the dub
place.
with that. I feel like Josh is going to throw up like a gag every time he's on the tee box. When he goes
I
psycho.
think he doesn't. He does throw up sometimes, though, right? Does he do that?
I don't know if he does. He's the most quiet thrower upper ever because I've never seen it or heard it.
And Colton does every time.
Yeah.
Every event.
Colton Castro is a nervous wreck. Shout out to Krabby Patty because he's got to throw up before every match. Otherwise, he doesn't really do
It's not
well.
good on the body, Kent. That's
I mean, who knows? Maybe it loosens him up.
yeah.
I just hope he's not a breakfast guy.
When they do that Nathan's hot dog eating contest on the 4th of July, they call that a full reversal.
Yeah.
How many hot dogs could you guys eat in one setting?
No, not as many as
Like normal, like
who's the winner? Who's like the main guy? Like Kobayashi?
no.
There's like some different guy now.
Yeah, it's Chestnut.
Oh, Joey
Chestnut.
Joey
He's
Chestnut.
like, I think every time somebody pushes him, he just raises the bar.
Oh, I agree. All right, so let's get you an update here. Isaiah Joyner sitting in first place, 800 points. Will Hogue sitting in second at 600 points. Brian Reese back, my co-host here in the booth with me while he's competing. He's a man of jack of all trades. 550. Zach Holton at 500. Kyle Culver at 450. Josh Koch 450. Taggart Tzawa 400. Nick Vorbeck 400. Tyler Culver 300. Jeff Schmuck 300. And this is going to be the start of the last set. So we're going to see some fireworks. This is at the bottom here. We have 4 guys that are really, really safe and technically mathematically moving on. That's Isaiah, Isaiah Joyner, Will Hogue, Ryan Reesback, and Zach Holton are all 500 plus. Usually that's a little bit more than the bubble. So they should be moving on. So the bottom 4 is kind of up for grabs right now, just depending on where these guys make
The
a
bottom
move.
4.
Tyler
Yeah, the bottom 4 spots in the final 8.
Oh,
Tyler Culver needs this win. He needs to take this win.
He just got a good ball in play. Feeling pretty good.
So AJ Catucci in slot 3, James Anderson in slot 2. Again, Tyler Culver in slot 4. So what do you think? So Tyler's a cousin of Kyle Culver. Do you think there's a little family rivalry going on?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's starting to get in that flow state. He's hooping and hollering.
I mean, Kyle Culver's sitting at 450 and Tyler's at 300. So he definitely needs the win here.
Well, AJ Catucci, who hit really well yesterday, I thought in the regional event
Yeah.
and the amateurs, he might be a little tired today after 300 swings yesterday.
Yeah, he had a bunch. That's a good ball from
Cool.
Tyler there. That's down the right side. Let's see if he gets it out. Oh, he did. He touched 340. So he's sitting in the lead right now, 1 yard ahead of AJ Catucci.
Yeah, and James Anderson, the newcomer,
This is
former
second-
defensive captain of the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Is that
Yep.
what you're saying?
Yep, 10-year veteran.
Yeah, so I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to figure out his swing. A lot of people don't realize that in competition, stuff gets a little sideways sometimes. It goes funky on you.
Yep.
And I think he's a little out of sorts right now, but that comes with competing. My example of this is Isaiah Joyner.
Yep.
Right, this year he's done well, and then had some near successes,
yeah.
and then we'll have something go sideways on him. But
Mesquite,
but
he was cruising along like he was
Yeah.
here, and then just had 2 bad sets that put him out.
yeah, and I think what you're going to see here is somebody as driven as Isaiah is going to start figuring it out. figuring
Absolutely.
what he does during a set and what he needs to do for an adjustment, and that's every good long driver. That's a characteristic or a trait that they have, that
Yeah.
they can make the adjustment given the situation. And sometimes you can't figure that out until you've been through the crucible, right? Until
Yeah.
you've been in Memphis when it's
It's
98
fun-
degrees and 65% humidity,
Yeah,
and
well,
you can't see because the sweat's running down through your eyes.
no, yeah, taking your sunglasses off, your hat's dripping sweat.
You're going Tommy Two Glove like me over here.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. In Mesquite, not that I'm taking credit for it. I was walking down the range after Isaiah got eliminated. We're gonna get an update
So
here.
they ended up tying.
Oh,
So they split first and second points there. So AJ goes to 400 points, which looks like he's not going to be enough. But it puts Tyler Culver
puts
at
Tyler Culver at
450
450.
points,
So that's
which could
it's-
be
could be the bubble. Could be the bubble.
that tie may end up costing him the final 8,
It could be.
which
475
is
was the bubble.
heartbreaking.
475 was the bubble in
Yeah.
in the morning group. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how that shakes out. So we got Cody Gebhardt here. He's going to be in slot 1. Dawson Distel slot 2. Jeff Schmuck in slot 3, and then we got Kyle Culver in slot 4. So Kyle Culver is as long as he puts one in play, he should get to the 500 mark and be okay. Well, I take that back. He'll be at 475, which should be okay.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Cody Gebhardt right now has got a $150, so he's mathematically out. Even if he wins, Dawson Distel, same thing. Even if he wins, he's at 375. Jeff Schmuck is at 300, so a win for Jeff Schmuck would put him at 500.
Big set for Jeff.
So big set for Jeff Schmuck here. Tyler Culver, same spot technically.
Kyle just needs to get one in play.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's a 4th place at 425.
475 was the bubble.
Yeah.
Yep, 475
So-
was the bubble in the morning group. So we'll see if that becomes the same here. Again, the top 4 in this group right now: Zach Holton at 500, Ryan Reespec 550, Will Hogue 600, and Isaiah Joyner at 800. They are all mathematically, as long as, well, not even really if they go OB or not. Mathematically, usually 500 in a round of 16 is usually pretty safe. 500 or better. So, all right. So there you go. Kyle Culver put one in. He's got one there right there. It's 362. That's an awesome,
That's safe.
awesome ball right now. So Jeff Schmuck's he's got to step on it here.
A lot of pressure.
So there. Oh, that's a good. That's right down the middle from Jeff. So that's a good ball from him. We'll see if that
Good
comes
flight.
back. I mean it kind of fell out of the sky, but took an okay bounce. We'll see if that gets out to 62 or not.
And again, he needs the win.
Yeah, he needs the win there. The Jeff does a second for Jeff puts him at 400, and that just is not going to make it today. So
So it's all up to that 5th ball.
we'll see if that. So we're waiting on to see if that comes back. He's walking up like he doesn't like it.
352. I think
All right,
is
so
what-
Cody. So
Yeah,
52.
Jeff Schmuck,
So
352.
honestly, it was a really good ball for him, just not enough
Yeah.
to catch Kyle's ball there.
Yeah, so that's going to put him at 400, which is not going to be enough.
Yeah. So it looks like Kyle Culver, he's going to take the win home with that. Going to give himself 200 points, put himself securely in the top 8 at 650.
Yep.
So Tyler Culver still sitting there on the bubble at 450 here.
So Tyga at 400.
Yeah, we got
Tyga
Tyga
needs to have a
Tazawa
good set.
he's in slot 1. We got Isaiah Joyner slot 2. Got Nick Vorbeck in slot 3, and we got Hunter Knoll in slot 4. So Hunter Knoll, he's mathematically out. He's got 125 points. He's just fighting for sheer pride at this point to see if he can put one in the grid, a big ball. Nick
This is big for-
Vorbeck he is at 400 as well. So I would say Nick's got to go at least second place here. He's got to go at least
Yeah, it's a
second
really
place.
big set for Tyga and Nick.
Yeah. Tyga and Nick are battling out right now. They're both sitting at 400. A second place puts him in 5. A win obviously puts him in at 600. So
And Isaiah's
Isaiah-
just flexing.
yeah, Isaiah right now
He's
is
at
just-
800 points right
He's
now.
at 800 points. He's free swinging. I think the 1,000-point mark's only been reached a few times. I actually did it here for the first time ever, actually at Bluff City Shootout. Trent Scruggs was almost the next to do it. He actually got 950 because he tied the last set, and they split first and second place points, so he got 950. And but it was fun to do that. I think Kyle's done it. Kyle did it in Denver, I believe. So, all right. So Tiger's first ball, 333. He's got a mark and play. There's Hunter. Hunter's got one down the right side, big high ball. We'll see where that ends up. Isaiah just killed it right down the middle. I mean,
All day.
just
All day.
just a thing of beauty with him. Tyga, OB left. Nick's OB left. So Nick's fighting it right now. Looks a little frustrated. Hunter Knoll, 346. There you go. So he's got a nugget in play. Isaiah's ball is definitely 65 or better. I mean, he just hammered it right down the pipe. Had the ball from him. So 72. So there you go. 372 from Isaiah. Just go ahead and flex on him.
Almost looks like he's in cruise control.
He is now. And honestly, it's honestly better. I mean, you know, you're mathematically in. You free swing a little bit. You don't press as hard, you know. It looks like Nick's pressing a little bit because he knows what he has to do. I think Tiger's pressing a little bit because he knows what he has to do. So, I mean, that ball from Isaiah is killed, but it's going to be OB left. So Nick is fighting it right now. He's got no balls in the grid, I think. Oh, I take that back. He's got 34. Yeah, he's got to find another gear here and take over to 46.
So
from
second
Hunter.
second place for Nick would put him at 500, which should be safe.
Yeah, he's got to be second.
But he needs-
Got to be second. If he
I mean,
ends
he-
up third, he's gonna have he might have a prayer with Tyler. as
He's
a-
another 3 yard or
playoff.
13 yards though.
That ball's gonna be OB right, kind of fighting some slick hands here. Oh, Tiger's last ball. Tiger's last ball might have just crushed Nick Vorbeck's chances of getting in to the top 8. Isaiah's going to be OB left with his last ball, but he's sitting pretty at 372. He's going to take the win home. Nobody was even close to him. 45.
So third place for Tyga.
45.
50 points puts him at 450.
So, well,
Still a
no, it
no-biter.
puts that's a third place. That's a fourth place finish. It puts him at 425 because Hunter Knowles at 346. So Hunter Knowles is going to take second at 346. Tyga Tazawa is going to take third at 350 at 345, and Nick's going to go fourth with 334. So that was a big set right
Yeah,
there. I mean,
Big.
Hunter Knoll crushing the dreams of some people.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe.
Possibly.
At least one person because it went.
Still a nail biter
So
for
this right here is going to be
Tyga.
your final set of the second group. We're going to have Zach Holton in slot 1, Will Hogue slot 2, Ryan Reesback slot 3, and Josh Koch in slot 4. We're going to get We're going to get So we're confirmed. Tyga Tazawa 345. So he's going to take home third right there.
Josh just needs to put a ball in play.
Josh is sitting at 450. I think if Josh puts a ball, he'll sit okay at 75.
Yep.
475.
Not too much drama this time. We might have a
No.
playoff though for 8th place.
We're gonna have I believe we will have a playoff. Dependent
because Tyga's at 450.
because Tyga's got 4. He's gonna finish third, so he's gonna get the 50 points. It's
Yeah.
gonna be Tyga and looks like Tyga and Tyler Culver are going to, as long as Josh has got to make sure he gets a ball in play. The only thing that can screw up this right now is if Josh Koch goes OB.
Which actually, no, that's it. That's it. Because I mean, everybody's in the top 8 already. Because Tyga's at 450, so they wouldn't do a playoff for. Well,
They would.
I don't know if they do a playoff for seeding purposes or not. Probably not. I think we would go to.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it for seeding
Probably
purposes. They would
points.
just do it. They would do it head. We would do it as a head-to-head. Who won head-to-head
Yeah.
as the tiebreaker.
So
So we're waiting on them to confirm everything. Get it updated here.
fairly certain the final 8 is set.
Robbie. Looks like Robbie's going to be right. I think Nick Vorbeck's going to be the first man out at 425. Tyler Culver splitting that set right there, getting a $150. It saved him.
Yeah, got it done.
Got it done. Tiger's going to have 450, and even Josh Koch, even if he goes OB, is going to be in.
Yeah. So. Not sure if Josh knows that. I don't know if
Well,
he's feeling any nerves right now or not, but
well, a typical competitor, should know that he just needs to keep putting balls
Yeah.
in play.
And
Like
Josh-
OB sets are.
yeah. And Josh typically pays attention to the point,
Yeah.
so he probably knows where he
He
stands.
probably knows where he's at and where he stands, where he sits. There's no, but Nick Vorbeck is going to be the first man out with 425.
All right. And after this, we're going to probably take a short break. Not very long, maybe 10 minutes. And then starting in Group 3.
Colton Castro just came in the booth, and he is soaking wet. Looked like he just took a shower with his clothes on. Colton, how you feel out there, bud?
Oh, she's a toasty one.
She's toasty. She's toasty. Is this like being on the boat? Do you get as wet out here as you do on the boat?
Oh, this is 100 times worse.
You heard it,
That's
folks.
interesting.
You heard it here, folks. I mean, it is steamy. It's like standing in a sauna outside. So, but that's all part of it. All right, so they just updated it. So yeah, so
Finally
as
set.
long so even if Josh Koch goes OB. Oh, so Tyga. So they split. So Hunter Knoll. So that actually hurt. That hurt Nick even more because he
Yeah.
got last. Tyga got 75.
Yeah.
So there you go. So it's set. The final 8 set.
Yeah.
You're gonna have Isaiah Joyner with a smooth. So Josh just looked back. Josh just looked back and asked if he was good. So he's good mathematically. No matter what he does, he's going to be the 8th man in. And with Tyler Culver as well, 450. Taka Tozawa, he split. They split first and second place points. So he got 75. He's going to get in at 475. Zach Holton's mathematically in at 500. Ryan Reesbeck same at 550. And Will Hogue is at 600 as well. So this is just a show off round. Your top 8 for this is going to be Isaiah Joyner. Isaiah Joyner, Kyle Culver, Will Hogue, Ryan Reesbeck, Zach Holton, Taika Tozawa, Tyler Culver sneaking in there, and Josh Koch.
And this set actually has a lot of importance because of the 24 moving on to the next round, the top 8 get a bye in the first round. So at 1,000 points, Isaiah Joyner
Joyner's
can sit back and enjoy a nice drink
Yeah.
because he's probably going to get a bye.
I would say that he is safe to get a bye there. I would say. So Will Hogue, first ball, 358. Ryan Reesbeck, big deal. Nice ball. 64 from Ryan. Josh Koch right now, no marks. I think he's probably, if I know Josh, he's probably testing something out, testing a swing thought or a shot shape out, knowing that he's mathematically in. That ball from Ryan's going to be OB left. That ball from Will's going to be OB. Zach's going to be
Slipped on
OB
that one.
as well. So right now, Will went 63, so stepped it up a little bit from his 58. Ball from Ryan is going to be OB right. Josh going to be OB left. Josh is fighting like a two-way miss right now. He'll miss it right, and then he'll double. It's almost like a double cross, and he'll miss it left. So that ball right there is right up the middle from Zach. Good ball from Zach. Good ball from Zach. We'll just put it down the right side. We'll see if that stays in. We'll see if that one stays in for Will. That ball, both Ryan and Josh OB left. See where that ball went for Zach because he hit it right up the middle. 59. So 59. Oh, that's a better ball. Better ball flight right there from Zach as well. Hit harder right up the left center. Will, that ball's going to be OB right. So we'll see if Zach got a little 6-ball magic and improved on his 59. That was a better hit ball. Good ball there. So Josh Koch, no marks there. He's going to be in no matter what, though. He's sitting at 450. There you go. 69. 369 from Zach Holden. It was a better ball. Better ball flight, a little bit flatter. Probably carried it a little bit further. Rolled out some.
Another 6-ball.
Another 6-ball. Another 6-ball magic.
It's almost to the point now that we might as well just stop acknowledging that it's a 6-ball because it happens all the time.
All the time.
which is, I mean, absolutely heartbreaking, right? Like, you cannot relax until, all 24 golf balls have been hit.
30.
Excuse me, yeah, 30.
Well, technically 20.
Well, yeah,
Technically 24 per set, but I
I'm
picked it up what you're putting down.
I'm
I
a
got
mathematician over here, okay?
you. Mathematician. We'll look at the chat here. Scott Odekirk asks, is anyone competing on a putter? There's plenty of putters there. I just don't know if they get used.
They're all like 5-degree drivers. Like, who wants to carry a putter when you can just putt with a driver? Same loft.
Alex, you need to be here too. All right, so here we go. Shake it out. Isaiah Joyner, a smooth 1,000 points. I mean, the kid was on fire. I called it. He was my dark horse. Not really. Honestly, he's really not a dark horse, but, he just killed the whole group. Zach Holton takes the dub home there with 369. So he's going to finish second with 700 points. Will Hogan third with 650. Ryan Reesbeck in fourth with, Ryan. Will Hogan, Ryan Reesbeck, and Kyle Culver all with 650. Tiger Tazawa sneaking in there with 475. And then Tyler Culver and Josh Koch are going to be your seventh and eighth man in with 450. So that's kind of been the bubble. That's kind of the theme, right, for the top 16. Taking the top 8, it's 450 to 475 has been the bubble. So congrats to those guys. They're going to be in the top 24 later today. We're going to take a short break and then get the third group started.
All right. Let's see here. So I can't pull up the scoreboard from the first group, but I can try to go back into my records. Just give me one moment. Memphis. Just one moment. Everything's buried here. All right. Again, moving on from group number 2. Flip back over. We have Isaiah Joyner, Zach Holton, Will Hogue, Ryan Reesbeck, Kyle Culver, Tiger Tazawa, Tyler Culver, and Josh Koch. Moving on. And then from set 1, I'll pull it up here and show you guys. Just a second. All right. All right, that'll work. I'll just throw that on the screen. All right, as you can see there, moving on from the first group earlier this morning, we've got Bryce Verplank, Scotty Pierman, Mark Costello, William Dugan, Sean Johnson, Kyle Gabbard, Jeremy Nowak, Landon Gentry. Moving on, you can see there Landon Gentry and Cole Brightman both at 475 points. Landon Gentry ended up beating Cole Brightman in a playoff for that final 8th spot. You can see the performance bonuses there as well. Reed Russell had the most balls in the grid. Jeremy Nowak had the best set at 1,500 total yards. And then the longest drive of the day so far has been Kyle Gabbard at 396 yards. So two groups down, one group of 16 left to go. And yeah, then we'll have our top 24, which will then go into a double elimination format all the way down to our winner. Again, I'll go over that one more time. We started with 44, 45 players, and we split them up into 3 groups of 16 where we did our traditional round-robin format. We're taking top 8, going into a 24-man double elimination. We chose to go this route because we wanted to give basically more players the opportunity to advance to the second round. Normally, with so many players, we have to take 5 and a wild card from each group to get our top 16, and then we'd run another round robin. Well, when you're in a group against guys like Kyle Berkshire, Martin Borgmeyer, Justin James, Colton Casto, it's really difficult to be in that top 5 and a wild card. So by going to the 24-man double elimination, we're able to take the top 8 players from each group of 16, and then we'll have our 24. So expands the second round a little bit. Gives people a little bit better chance statistically. So that's what we're all about here at the Professional Long Drivers Association, is for the players, by the players. Absolute outstanding performance from Isaiah. I remember a couple years ago, first time seeing Isaiah really controlled golf swing. Again, he's a really big guy. He's probably 6'6", I want to say, just taking a guess here. So he's always had really big swing, but it was really controlled, really essentially just a really good golf swing. And over the last couple of years, he's lengthened the swing a little bit. Now you can see he takes it well past parallel and just absolutely rips the ball through impact. It's really cool to see his progress. And obviously, the rewards of all his hard work. 1,000 points is no easy task. Ask anybody that competes, they'll tell you the same. All right. Landon said he was going to go find somebody to come over here to the booth and talk to me. Kind of curious to see who that is. It's always interesting. It's tough to grab people, get interviews, because everybody's focused on a task ahead. Don't want to pull them to the side and distract them, asking them a bunch of random questions. So I did it in Landon just because it's Landon. So. Aside from the 25, 30-minute rain delay we had earlier, we're back to beautiful skies, clear skies. It's nice and steamy, as Memphis always is. I still have faith we're going to hit the 400 mark. I'll check the temperature real quick. Rain didn't help, cooled it off just a touch, but we're currently sitting at 91 degrees. At 11:47 a.m. local time here in Memphis, Tennessee. Supposed to get mid-90s later this afternoon, about time the 24-man double elimination starts. And I think that's the time I would expect a 400 ball. We got a pretty stout Group 3 coming up. Kyle, Colton. Let's see who else we got. Martin's in this next group. Sam Judah's got some speed. A lot of speed here in the final group. Bobby Ray, Jacob Galladay, Damon Dooley, Justin Rich, Gavin Yosis. A lot of these guys can really hit the ball. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. Oh, and then we got our scoreboard just updated. 3 amateurs in this group. Cody Owens, Neil Harper, Justin Rich. You want me in the booth with me, Ryan? Oh, yeah. Is that a Dr. Pepper or a
Heck
Coke?
yes, my brother. That's a Dr. Pepper right
Oh,
there.
yeah. About to get rowdy.
Woo. You know, a
So
lot
there
of
you have
people discount sodium.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I drink Dr. Pepper.
Which of the 23 flavors would you say is your favorite?
The second one?
Second one?
It's the best.
And are you allowed to tell us what the second
No,
flavor
no. It's under lock and key.
is? Okay. I'll can't blame me for trying.
Yeah, we frown upon letting those type of secrets out. So I'm over there, and Kyle Berkshire's warming up, and there's about 20 people surrounding him, blocking the way to walk, watching him warm up. He's the consummate professional. He engages them a little bit, but then he's trying to focus on his routine. He's launching them high and deep. And
Do you think he will break the big 400?
I honestly don't think so.
We're close.
I think it'll be close.
Yeah, we're close with Kyle Gabbard going 396 earlier. The rain didn't help, of course. But
Yeah, that was before the rain, right?
that was before the rain. But
So
even in that last group, we're still
Isaiah had
370s.
2 of them at 79, right?
Yep, we're right there at 380. So maybe not here in the third group, but I'm still confident that we'll see some 400s in the double elimination.
Well, hopefully that storm's going to miss us. I'll check out the radar here and see, but if it comes in over the top of us, it would be very unlikely that we would go over 400 a day, but I think if it continues to dry out. I mean, it's been so dry here the last few weeks.
Yeah.
That even though it rained today, it's not it's soaking it up pretty quick.
Andy Gregor's like, no 500 for 500. No, sir. If anybody hits it 500 in Memphis, Tennessee, I will personally just walk up, hand them the trophy, and go home.
Look at that. It looks like.
I will be fine. We'll be fine. I don't believe those things.
Well, I think it looks like we went through it.
Ryan's over here looking at the radar.
Either it misses us, or we're gonna get smoked. It's gonna just downpour.
Show a little confidence, Ryan.
It's one or the other. You know, the good thing about having 2 choices and being a weatherman is you only have to be right 50% of the time.
It's either going to rain or it's not.
It's not. That's true.
Yep.
I learned that in statistics.
So I believe the record on this grid is, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say it's Trent Scruggs at 408 yards.
I was going to say 402, but
402.
maybe it is 408. I don't know.
Sorry. It's not much over 400. Let's put it that way.
All right. Not any balls in play that first drive. We got Sam Judah in slot number 3 in the red shorts. Damian Dooley from Oklahoma in slot 2, and the reigning 2-time world champion and national champion, Kyle Berkshire. Second drive down the left side, really high. I think he liked it, but I think it's going to be out of bounds. Sam Judah is one of these guys that just started hitting this year, and he is really fast. He's 220 plus guy.
Yep.
Strong, athletic, former professional baseball player.
Funny. Got a really good sense of humor. He was on the mic all day
Yeah.
yesterday with us.
I think he did a good job. I was listening to some of it last night after we were in the hotel room. Berkshire's got a ball in play. It's a low runner, a little grid finder. Oh, the rain's starting to come a little bit here. Seeing it. Well, I was right.
Yeah, TJ, no, it's not possible to hit 500 here. We don't have that much real estate. In fact, the trees at the back of the grid are only, I want to say 420-ish, 425, somewhere in there. But nobody's even come close. It'd be interesting for me to have to, eat my words on that, but I just don't think it's going to happen ever. It's a weird place here in Memphis, Tennessee. We don't really see big balls.
No, and I've competed here before. When if you hit it over 300, it was a good drive.
Yeah,
and it, humid, wet, hot, slippery, and guys come out and they think they're going to hit 350, 360, and then they can't even hit it past 330.
Yeah. And I don't know if we can tell on the camera, but we actually are getting a little bit of a drizzle here. Rain is starting to come down.
Looks like Sam Judah's going to lock that up at 341. His last ball might be in play.
I think it's in. It was cutting pretty hard, though.
Yeah. But Berkshire 331, that grid finder was what gave him a mark. Even that, though, is good, getting 100 points. I mean, it's probably, in his mind, disastrous. Or not disastrous, but just awful. But second place, 100 points is not terrible.
We are not allowed to say on the broadcast what Kyle would really describe that ball as.
Well, I know that he is, I don't want to say a perfectionist, but he's committed to playing well all the time, and I don't think that would be up to his ideal competition level.
Not even close.
So we got Jacob Galladay here, slot number 1. Jacob is a good golfer. He's this fast enough guy. Flights the ball really well. Optimizes the speed that he has. George Haggerty, same thing. He's not blowing your doors off with speed, but very skilled. Justin Rich. Justin's competing as an amateur. Justin's actually a pretty tall guy. He's pretty fit, and he can surprise you here. And then Naoto Misumi from Japan. 3 Japanese players here today, which is awesome. He's fun. He's excitable when he gets a good ball. See if we get a reaction out of him on one of these.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier, people were asking what's the minimum speeds required to be competitive. Well, Jacob Galladay and George Haggerty, not to call them out, but they're prime examples of this. They're around 210.
Yeah.
And they're competing every event.
Yeah.
Almost. So
yeah, and I think Jacob's finished top 8 a couple of times this year.
Yep.
In fact, I think he was top 4 in the one. See, George Haggerty just lit one up right there down the left side, but it has to be 200 feet in the air. It is the apex on that ball is way up there.
And I feel like we should always make a note of it. There's a lot of different styles in this sport, and even when it comes to equipment, because George is a 46-inch guy.
Yeah, he plays like retail stuff. He doesn't play like long drive heads that are low loft, thick face.
46-inch shaft, and I think it's a Cobra 9 degree, I want to say. Maybe 10. Not 100% sure on that. But it's definitely a Cobra head, and it's definitely 46 inches. So.
Hello to Steven Van Zyl in South Africa and all the boys down there. We got a lot of representation from South Africa this year coming to the World Championship. We're excited about that. I know there's some hotbeds of long drive here, and that is a long way from us here in the United States, but there's a lot of good long drivers in South Africa down there competing and building the sport down there, which is what PLDA is designed to do, right? We're supposed to try and help develop long drive as a whole.
Home of Chloe Garner.
Yep.
2019 Ladies World Champion.
So Misumi here, 359 in the lead. He has the 3 longest balls of the 5 that are in play right now, but he's not hitting it really high either. George Haggerty there with the 52.
Nope.
Oh, Rich got one of this. See, this is
That's a
I'm
nice
telling
flight.
you, he'll surprise you. He's fast enough, and when he catches one and flights it right, it'll go a long way. Man, Dr. Pepper is so delicious.
So Naoto takes set number 1. 359 yards. Followed by George Haggerty, 352. And then Jacob Galladay at 339. And Justin's last ball was 333.
We've got a red-bearded German in slot number 1, Ed
Martin.
Borgmeyer. He won Titus Shorts last year
And the year before.
in the PLDA.
And the year before.
And
And the year before that.
Yeah, and he's in the running again this year for sure. No, seriously though, who has tighter pants than Martin Borgmeyer? Nobody. Is there anybody out there?
In competition, nobody. In practice, maybe TJ.
Yeah.
I'd say TJ give him a run at least in practice.
You know, I don't know if I saw anybody else except Cody Owens here on the end in the black that was wearing 2 gloves today. And my hand started slipping right from the beginning. And I wonder if, I mean, there were guys yesterday that weren't wearing gloves at all, right?
Zach
But-
Adams
Yeah,
never wears a glove.
never wears a glove.
I don't understand it.
I actually prefer it because I think I can swing faster. Maybe just in my head, but I wear these Callaway gloves that are nice and thin.
Yeah. If I tried to swing a driver with no glove, it would go over the net to the right.
It'd be an Andrew Gregoire swing. It'd fly over the tent.
100%.
Shout out to Andy. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get some comments. Is that dangerous to ask for comments on the YouTube channel?
Well, it was earlier, about halfway through the group 2, but I think I've got that sorted out for now at least. So,
We got some trolls.
yeah, we ran into a little difficulties, but, you know. I guess it could be worse. Could always be worse.
Oh, yeah. Notice that Cody Owens, the only 2 glover out there, 354. Now he's in second place. Borgmeyer with the 67, hitting the blue ball.
Ooh, if that hangs on, that's going to be
Yeah, hit
Big ball.
another great ball. You know, when it got up to the top, the apex, it kind of hung there for a second. There's that just a moment of it's almost like somebody pauses the ball in the air, and that's a beautiful thing to see. That's when that spin rate matches up with the condition, the wind, the air. Let's see
That's
here.
such a good feeling, isn't it? Because when you're the one that hits that golf ball, it's almost like they hit pause for like 3 seconds. It's almost like it's never going to come down.
Okay, so Bill Ebersol had a question. What's tighter, Bobby Ray's shirt versus Martin's shorts? So Bobby Ray's, he's got some arms.
Yeah.
He does it. He doesn't. He might skip calf day, but he doesn't skip curls. I'm gonna tell you right now. He's got the beach muscles for sure, and they're tight. Those sleeves are tight by design. He actually, I was calling balls yesterday for him in the region. Borgmeyer eliciting is that right? Eliciting a major reaction from the crowd right there.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see what yardage that is because you did really like it, and it was down that right side. I'm not seeing a lot of balls down the right side. Okay, you're going to see right here in the camera, view the camera, Bobby Ray's sleeves. Look how tight they are. These guys got some triceps, too.
Yep. If only I had a way to zoom in real quick.
Oh yeah.
Let me take a look at the guns. But Brant DeBoer is asking Martin's shorts look a little bit longer today, and I don't think his shorts are longer. I think his legs are shorter today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're about 4 inches above his kneecap, maybe 5 above his kneecaps. We got Colton Castro, slot number 1, with his Tom Selleck starter kit on his top lip. Who's in slot 2? Bobby Ray. Gavin Yokas, he's a qualifier last event at the Mile High Bigfoot Turf Sod Farm there. And shout out to Greg Johnson and Cherie Johnson for having us out 2 weeks ago. That was an awesome venue, awesome conditions. Other than the 10 minutes there where we thought we were going to lose all the tents.
Definitely had like 3 different possible tornadoes.
Yeah,
within 20 miles. So
lot of fun there. And Kyoto Koido right here.
all right, so this is Group 4 in the first set. So we'll give you a recap on how the rest of the sets went after this. Again, points don't really matter at this point. It's just about getting loose, making sure that everything's running correctly. Finding your spots, making sure you're hitting them, get the nerves out.
Oh, Bobby Ray.
Nice little cut down the center.
He what I was saying earlier, though, in the regional is he went OB his first set and then came back his second set. I called that set for him as well, but about his 4th or 5th ball, he striped one right down the middle, and then it was off to the races after that. He settled in, and that's a good ball there, but it looks like it's going to be just out of bounds. So
Colton's in on the right side. Wasn't able to see the bounce, but it was one of those floaters we were talking about.
yeah, Cueto here. Here's slot number 4. He's still trying to get a ball in play here. Might be a little nervous.
Yeah, look at there, 380 from Colton.
Yeah. That's impressive.
That's
honestly, 380s.
It's the mustache. 100% it's the mustache.
Yeah, he's got Tom Selleck power. I think he was driving a Ferrari last night too.
Challenger, but
Testarossa.
close. And it's a V6 Challenger. Let's throw that
Was
out
it
there.
really?
So she's a weak one.
Well, the tires are a little thinner than they were before he rented it.
I have no idea how that happened. Don't ask me.
He likes to long drive fast, and he likes to drive fast. All right, Yokas and Bobby Ray both at 53 here. Now remember, in these preliminary rounds, a tie, they split points.
Yep.
They won't have a playoff. High cut right there from Bobby Ray. Oh, good to see Coito with the ball in play, 340. Even though it may not get him very many points, it's critical to get points at any time. So
Yes. Especially with ghosts in the field.
yeah.
All right, so let's get that quick update we were talking about. So after one set of play, we've got Martin Borgmeyer, Nato, Sam, and Colton winning their sets, all at 200 points, followed by Cody, and of course, it flips on me. But so the tie, unless the official measurements are outside of 6 inches, they're going to split first and second points, getting 75 apiece, which will, and they do, so they get the 75 there you see from Bobby Ray. So you've got Cody, George, and Kyle Berkshire taking second, getting 100 points. Bobby Ray and Gavin splitting 75. So not too much of an issue. It's like I guess it's like a second and a half, or, well, a third and a half, because you don't get the full 100 points for second place, but not bad for slot for first set. And even Damon Dooley, I mean, if you're, like I said it earlier to Landon, if you're going to go OB, you might as well go OB your first set. So No harm done for Damon. Just needs to stay in there and hopefully get a few wins.
Yeah, you'd rather have 4 sets to claw your way back than be in the last set and and lose out.
Bill Ersall said the ghost player is due to win today. The guy's consistent, but I don't know if he's consistent enough to grab a win. Some really, really strange things would need to happen.
If you hadn't already done so, like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. Show your appreciation. Go the sport of long drive all by yourself. Shameless plugs. That's what I'm going to need. Hair plugs. Shameless hair plugs here in a couple of years. Oh, Robbie's going to leave, go to the bathroom, so I'm here all by myself. I can pretty much say whatever I want. Nobody can do anything about it. We could bring strangers on the mic right now. Should we bring some strangers on the mic? Here, come on over here. First of all, no profanity, vulgarity. Remember who you are. Doctor, what's your name? Braxton. Oh, Braxton Hicks. You're a competitor, yeah. You haven't competed? Just a fan. Oh man. Hey, well we're glad to have you. What do you like about long drive? It is so fun. It is so fun. I always tell people, I'm like, if I hit a 50-foot putt for eagle or something like that, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome. But it is not the same feeling as a smash and a drive right down the fairway, down the grid. I think it will be close. If we miss the storm, if that storm doesn't hit us and it stays and kind of dries out, I think it's possible because the ground here has been so dry lately that I think there's a lot of moisture that could go into it. So Cueto there with a good drive down the right side. One thing I'm noticing, though, is we're not seeing a lot of drives down the right side. And when we were out here testing some new golf balls the other day, down the right side, that's where the longest balls were, most of them. So Brian Kelly right there, right before the clock sounded. He's sitting at 361. I think Brian's finding his groove after that first set. That's Sam Judah. No balls in play. Let's see if we get a confirmation on that last ball here. So what do you think of our live scoring here? There's some things that we want to do. Live scoring during competition is a must. There's a lot of programming that goes into that. And then we'd like to get a tracer behind each player. Yeah, I think that's something. And then I think the third element would be a camera in the grid that is capable of picking up the ball, maybe not as it lands, but as they stop, and then you could zoom in and out, at least something like that. But all of these things. Sam Judah on his 6th ball took down Brian Kelly right there, 362 to 361. So that's awesome. Where are you from, Braxton? Oh no, we'll stay here. He doesn't have to get on. He's been on all day. We're glad to have you. When I flew into Memphis, a couple years ago, I flew into Kansas. We crossed the Missouri River. See, I'm from Utah, and our rivers are like your creeks that you have here. And so I thought I was crossing the Mississippi River. It was the Missouri River. And then I fly into Memphis, and I'm like, man, look at that lake. I didn't know they had a big lake here. That was the Mississippi. My fin feels great, but man, I don't know if I can get used to it. So it's hot. It's hot, but certain times of the year, right? Like this is the dead heat of summer. It's gonna get hot, but we were here in November 2 years ago for the national championship, right here at the same venue, and the weather was awesome. So, you're gonna have that everywhere you go, right? Borgmeyer here. See that blue ball, complains about the blue ball when it's sunny because it's hard to see through a bright sky. But right now, that blue ball is the easy see overcast because it's just a black dot against the clouds. High left. He skied it. What do you think of these international players? Yeah. Yep. I think that Joe is going to be at the World Championships this year in Mesquite, which, throwing a wrinkle and all of that. But, things are opening up. The Canadians have been shown. We stop in is about 50 minutes from Niagara. And, the Canadians, they're really building up there. Mike Zuloff has been running qualifiers for us up there. A lot of new names, a lot of, the same names we've heard for years. Ryan Gregnall, Jeff Gavin, a lot of those guys still competing. Man, Gavin Yokas just nuked one down the left side, right down the line. So what's your ball flight, Braxton? Got it, George. Let's go. Right here. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things we're doing is incorporating Top Tracer into our qualifiers. If you have a facility in your area that does long drive or just has these bays, you can do a long drive competition right on their machine. And that's something that needs to develop because we need to have people like you who can drive maybe within an hour and compete with 10, 15, 20 other guys, other people, right? And that's what we've got to get the sport growing to that point because maybe not everybody with their job or their family situation or whatever can travel around the country or the world competing, but there's a lot more people out there that would love to just compete. It's fun. I love seeing the new competitors come out and have success. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, Spencer McDaniel, who's our host with ATC Fitness, 18 gyms in the Memphis area. If you're not a member of ATC Fitness, you should be. But he was telling me last night how they'd come out and he'd start hitting about 9 at night, end at 10:30, and then they'd sit out in the parking lot and talk for an hour and a half. And that's what it's about, really. The camaraderie that comes along with it, developing the relationships, the memories. A lot of the memories. Hey, will you keep it down? This guy's Bobby Peterson yelling in my ear over here. Okay. Yeah, you should. It's the only patented long drive shaft in the world. It's a great shaft. The D10, yeah, and that we can talk about that for a minute. Who was that? Misumi? So the shafts right now, a lot of people have this preconceived notion that everybody hits a really, really stiff shaft, and the trend actually the last 3 or 4 years has been going softer. And it's taken me about that many years to hit that LD30 plus. And every now and then, like last month or a couple weeks ago in LaSalle, in Colorado, I was tired. I had to actually go to the D10 shaft because I just didn't have the legs to swing that stiffer shaft, the LD30 plus. But that's the shaft that I've gone to now. But 3 or 4 years ago, I was hitting 285 CPM, 283 CPM shaft, and I really like that. In fact, I got one in my bag. I was hitting it earlier today. Oh, Damian Dooley, right down the left side, got a ball in play. That's going to help him out because I think he might get a little run on that. If not, at least he'll get some points. Yeah. So what do you get your long drive shaft? What driver head do you hit? Okay. Yep. Yeah. Is it a lower loft? Okay, yeah. So that's pretty common for a long drive club, 5 degree. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting when they first came out with the adjustable heads on the shaft. I I thought there's no way they can do this and have it maintain the integrity, I guess. You know, the speeds and connection. I thought it'd break down. I hardly ever have any problems. With I hit a Callaway Epic Speed Driver, and I never have problems with them. They're really good. So adjustable, being able to take them out of your golf bag when you're traveling, be able to adjust it on the fly. I did that earlier today. I was hitting a 6 degree. I went down to a 4 degree. Went back to the 6 degree because I didn't have a good set. It just didn't feel right. You know, when you're setting up over the ball and the club face looks a little too close, and so I went back to it. My yardage dropped about 10 yards. I wasn't hitting it high, and I was trying to lower the spin, and wasn't making much of a difference. Actually, it went backwards, so I went back to it, and it went back up. So luckily, I was able to get through. So, well, Braxton, I appreciate you coming on here with me. Yeah, absolutely. Good to meet you. See, that's what I do. I get strangers on here to help us out. The broadcast. Will Hogue, File Marshal Will, how you doing? Did you really mean that earlier when you said you wanted to end my day when we were in that last set together? You know, we used to play for steak dinners. Yeah, I was gonna say, I would probably rather have you make me a steak dinner now because I watch your Instagram. Well, you're gonna have to prove all this to me. What are you doing tonight about 7:00? All right, we got Shire here, slot number 2 with the 380. That ties the longest ball of the day so far. He and Colton Castell. See if we can add to it. Kyle, give you a little bit of number here. 2,000 spin rate there. 153.9 club head speed. 221.6 ball speed. So he's moving it. I don't think he wants to finish second this round, this set. We'll see here. That last one a little slower. Did not hit it well. Went out right. Bobby Ray got a good ball down the left side. You know, it's falling out of the air fast. It might not have enough spin on it. We'll see what the number comes back at. Berkshire, longest ball of this grouping, 383. He liked that one there, but it might leak out to the right. And I did not see it land in. So down to his last ball here. Sometimes you don't want to wake a sleeping giant, and I think Kyle might have woken himself up after that first set. All right, this one's going to leak out right, too. He liked it. 223 ball speed. Tack angle was 5.6. What's that?
So that's clever for you to listen in on your phone there.
Listen in.
Yeah. To the TrackMan numbers.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get a glimpse here of what's going on. So Sam Judah and Naoto Misumi going 2 for 2 so far. They're both at 400 points, which is a really good start. Both times today, 450, 475 have been the bubble. So going ahead and getting 400 right out of the gates, a really, really big. So Colton Casto at 300, George Haggerty at 300. And Martin still in the top 5, even with the OB set because he won his first. So he's at 200, so not too shabby.
Still a lot of hitting to go though. So
Yeah, a lot of hitting. So Jeff Gavin here comment. I'm just reading through some of the comments here. Jeff Gavin made a comment. If you go straight double elimination, you will retire those shafts, the softer shafts we were talking about. I actually don't know about that because I think we saw a lot of OB sets in the first grouping, but this second grouping, there wasn't as many OB sets. The third grouping, there's not as many right now. TJ, you got a question? There was a 1 at the end of Josh Koch's name, and that is a part of the code for breaking a tiebreaker. Point-wise, sometimes that's used. So
Mainly for the scoring system.
yeah,
Our scoring system likes to freak out when there's ties. It gets a little confused sometimes. So to make it easy on the scoring system, we just
yeah,
want that one extra
you
point.
got the right program. Listen to me bust out the technical analysis here. There's ones and zeros. Let me break it down for you. There's this thing called a central processing unit, CPU. Hello, Joey Beldam from California, just waking up.
Naoto hitting the signature cut down the left side.
I think it's going to be slightly OB though.
I like that one from Bobby Ray. Let's see. Borgmeyer, no balls in play on the board yet. That one's outright. Misumi with a good ball in the play. Sam Judah down the right side. That looks like that one was climbing a little too quickly. See if we can get some carry out of it. Not going to get much roll. Bobby Ray in lead 360.
That's a good shot.
That's a good ball. Bobby's hitting the brute driver.
He's got a crank right now. He's got a brute and a crank with him.
Yeah. Misumi liking that drive. 358 in second place.
Actually, I may be wrong. That is a brute.
Yeah.
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 It look-
I don't think
thought it
it's
was a
staying in
crank.
the
It's
air
not,
long
though.
enough, though. Do you see how it's getting up, but it's falling out of the air? I don't think there's enough spin
No.
on it. Still no balls in play from Borgmeyer. And I don't think we're going to see one. That ball leaking out right. He's got one more ball left. See if he can make the adjustment here.
Yeah, he's coming across it just a little bit. First set when he won, he was hitting a draw down the right side, and he's still going down the right side. He's just coming across it just a little too much, and he's leaving it out right.
His feet were aimed right, actually right of the signs on the right of the grid, so out of bounds technically. Oh, Misumi with the 375. Should we see if we can get Misumi on the broadcast? Misumi, good job. Thank you. Yeah, good job.
Swinging it well.
I don't speak a lick of Japanese.
I don't either. So without a translator,
So,
that interview might be short.
bakarashikata? I think bakarashikata means you're a fool or I'm a fool or something. I'm a fool for you. Doesn't sushi just mean like fish and rice or something? It means delicious.
It means dinner because that's what I want. We haven't had sushi yet, and we need to. Well, if you remember correctly, Martin said the key to success is sushi. So
Yeah, we should go get sushi with the winner. And we'll let the winner pay. Okay, the wind is definitely picking up in the last 10 seconds here. So, and it's in our face, coming at us. Little right to left. This is that storm. We're going to check
That's gonna
the
be
weather
interesting.
app.
I would hate to have to take another intermission and stop this exciting content, you know? I think Colton just hit a putter, I believe. The ball never came off the ground.
I'll tell you, this breeze feels really good right now, though.
Yeah, it does.
And this Ghost Player 1 in slot 2 is really struggling today. No balls in play. We got Daniel Owens standing right behind us here, the amateur champion here yesterday, the Bluff City Shootout.
Show off.
You look like a baseball player, Dan. Did you play baseball? What position? Center field.
Must have quick feet.
I was not fast enough to play center field. Drive there. People are hollering back. It's coming back in. Colton's struggling a little bit on this one. Needs to settle down. You might have noticed the numbers are dropping here a little bit, and that is because that wind has definitely picked up in our face, now right to left.
It's also dropped the temperature, which you're not going to hear me complain about.
That's right. Very astute observation. Okay, that ball is in play, and it's pretty deep. My guess is 345.
OB left for Justin there. Mitch Dobbins in the chat said he loves BK's move, and I would agree.
Brian Kelly really wanted that one. Left the face open, blew it out right. Colton Castro down to his last ball. And this is a slinger way out to the right, and it's going to land in the middle of the grid.
That's all you got. That's all you got, bud. Hitting a big old slinger.
Is his new nickname Magnum? Is that true? Magnum.
Magnum PI over here.
Magnum. All right, waiting for numbers.
I would give Colton more of a super trooper than Magnum PI.
Tacoma FD.
Yeah.
Waiting on the yardage is back. It's 373. Wow. And a 66.
We'll get
Wow.
an update
So
here on the scoreboard.
pulling
As
it
the numbers
together
come in.
there. Colton pulling it together there. I mean, he looked out of sorts those first four swings.
Yeah. And that 366 on his last ball there, I bet it went at least 85 yards from right to left. I mean, he started it, in North Carolina, and I believe it came back because of the wind.
Yeah. I heard you played football before. Is that right? Let me get you a mic here. This is my technical ability right here. I turned the microphone on.
Press the power button. That's all you got.
That's all I got. I'm running this whole live scoring system by myself today.
That's why they're all off, huh?
Yeah, that's why it keeps breaking
No
down.
wonder we've been struggling with it.
I
No.
would have had my numbers all wrong today.
So tell me, I heard you played football. Is that right?
Lies.
You played
sir.
soccer?
It was soccer. Yeah. Football. Yes, sir.
Football.
Or as Martin likes to call it, egg ball.
Egg ball?
And then he named the basketball player.
So where are you from?
I'm from Virginia, from Chesapeake.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long you been doing long drive?
Like 4 months.
You love it?
Yeah, man. It's you know what? It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying it. It's a lot of things you gotta do to get ready for it before you can actually swing a club. And then, practicing and doing things in practice is completely different than getting into a competition and standing beside guys and trying to hit into a grid that's probably the size of my feet down there. So
Yeah, this is one of the more narrow grids.
yeah. If that ball start moving, it's gone.
Yeah. And the wind right now is right to left. So a lot of these guys that are trying to hit a draw, it's going to go like Colton. He started his out 30 yards right of the grid and it landed in the middle of the grid,
Wow.
and that's what he hits a high draw like that. But yeah, you got to make adjustments. And that's part of it. I was talking about Isaiah Joyner earlier, He started last year in July. It was his first long drive event. I think you've met
Yeah,
Isaiah.
I met him earlier. Yeah.
young
Good guy.
young kid,
Good kid.
super fast. Like we saw him, and he has a great golf swing. He's tall, he's lean, and he's been swinging for a year now. And I think he's probably 15 miles an hour faster this year
Absolutely.
than he was last year. So
And getting faster.
what's that?
And getting faster.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he has a great swing, man. The kid is 6'5", 6'6", long arms.
Yeah.
He got all the time in the world to create speed.
Yeah, and he is what I've seen this year from him. He's entering events, showing really good signs of good solid play, struggling a little bit here and there, but he just keeps getting better, a little better. And all of these experiences that he's having, like coming out to this event here for the first time, maybe you're not used to the humidity or the tight grid
Right.
or the tee box or something like that, but every time you come out and compete, you need to learn something. And so that next time you come face to that, you can handle it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I've just been creeping behind people, listening to conversations, looking at what they're doing, what kind of adjustments they're making, how are they changing their swings, how are they adjusting their clubs, what are they trying to do with the ball. Because, this is my second competition. So for me, this is all a learning experience.
Yeah.
If I come out here and don't learn something, then I'm wasting my time.
Yeah.
And I should never, ever have a mustache like Colton has right now. That's terrible.
I know. His new nickname it used to be Crab Man. Now it's going to be Magnum.
That's horrible. I don't know who decided to do that.
So tell me something else about you. You played football. You do long drive. What else have you got? Married, kids?
Married, have 2 young girls, 3-year-old and 13-month-old.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I'm in the thick of it.
So were you talking to them earlier when I saw you? I think you were FaceTiming with them.
FaceTime my daughters.
Okay. That's
You know
awesome.
what? The best thing about that, man, is no matter how I do out here, I come home and they love daddy. So that's what it's all about. I'm out here to have fun. We're trying to compete and get better, but, my life revolves around them.
And two, with girls, they'll take care of you when you're older. If you
why
have
I planned it
boys,
that way.
they're just going to put you in a home and leave you to die. I gotta love those. I've got 3 girls myself.
Are you worried,
So-
Ryan?
I got 3 girls. I got it
got
covered.
girls,
3
yeah,
girls,
good.
2 boys.
Teach them how to cook, teach
Yeah.
them how to do laundry, and they'll always be around.
I hope so. I love my girls. My oldest is she's graduated high school. She's going to college. It's a weird experience for me. We're going sideways on the competition here. We'll get back to it in a second. But anyway,
So how do you deal with boyfriends?
oh man, it's hard. Because both of my oldest daughters have boyfriends, and they're both very nice, But as a father, you've been in those teenage boy shoes, so you know what's going on in their minds.
Right. Yeah.
So So you're
And that's
hoping
your
for the
daughter.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're hoping
yeah.
for the best. So, but yeah, it's an interesting experience. So you got some fun experiences coming up. But the oldest graduating high school kind of threw me for a loop, because then they're close to leaving.
Right.
They're almost on their own, and so you just get in your mind they've been with you for so long that you just think they're always going to be there. And now I'm facing the
Some weird
reality of
emotions in there, man.
yeah, it is. It is.
Is the missus also an athlete?
The missus was a cheerleader. She has it in her blood.
Yeah, I mean it's
Hey,
very
yeah,
athletic.
My
I mean,
daughters
it's
are
some
really
good
uber
strength.
athletic, so I'm excited about it.
Well, those
You gonna teach them to swing a golf club?
My oldest daughter right now wants to come with me and putt the ball and do things. So, we'll see how it goes, man. I'll let them kind of decide what they enjoy doing, and I'll just cheer them on.
Hey, that cheerleading stuff. If you are, what are the knees? I can't think of the surgeons right now. Orthopedic surgeons. You make a lot of money on cheerleaders because that is a dangerous sport. And they're launching them up in the air and that.
Their knees and stuff get tore up.
Yeah, they're cheer is definitely. I'm gonna probably get some comments in the YouTube comment section here,
Better
but
change the
I'm gonna
subject
I'm gonna
real fast.
defend the cheerleaders right now. So, all right, what do we got going here? Back to the competition here. Let's see. I don't
Gavin
even know-
Yost is currently in the lead, 351, followed by Jacob Gale at 349. It's a tight group. Still waiting on a few numbers from Cody Owens. Just popped up his first number at 331. So
There we go.
We got a tight group here.
Still, each of them got a ball left to hit. Galladay just 2 yards short of Yokas, 349 to 351.
That's a good ball.
And
there.
he hit a good ball, yeah. Jokic, I think his ball was just down the line left. I'm not sure if he's going to be in play, but well, James, we appreciate you coming on.
Absolutely,
We're
man.
glad to have you. We love to see the sport grow. First of all, like I was telling Braxton earlier when I was talking, he's a spectator here. I just pulled him in. Robbie had to go for a minute, and I mean we're all about new people coming in the sport. It's so much fun, and it's got to grow. We got to grow throughout the country, and it's going to be a slow process, but hopefully, we got some things in the works that will make competing easier for everybody, and it will help fuel the growth and grow exponentially, in my opinion. So great things coming in the next few years with PLDA. I'm really excited. So
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. I got my first taste of this. Is nothing like football. It's nothing like
football.
And, aside from the obvious, what do you mean by that?
Well, you think if it's the biggest, the strongest, the fastest, you think all those attributes add up to hitting the ball really far, and they do not at all. You're using muscles that you don't think you need to be using, and it's just very technical, and it's about flexibility and rotation, all that kind of stuff. A lot of stuff that, unless you're a quarterback or a kicker, you don't really have those motions, right? So you don't fire your hips in those patterns. So coming out, being a linebacker, I'm thinking being quick side to side and all kind of stuff. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, right? So it's learning, man. I'm enjoying it. I'm learning how to get stronger in the smaller muscles and create speed the correct ways.
So I would say the more you compete, the more you practice, the more it will turn into an athletic movement. So it'll become more athletic, and then you'll find that as you're in competition, your mind will hinder you sometimes. If you can just be athletic and free flow, that's when you hit your best balls. When you get to where you're trying to figure things out, and what do I do? Do I close my shoulder? Do I need to move the ball forward or back in my stance? Once you get used to doing that in practice and competition, then it really is more about clearing the mechanism and being athletic. So, I mean, as a linebacker, you're trying to read the play and react.
Right.
So I think that's kind of how this is too, in a sense that you're going to read whatever the environmental conditions are giving you, set up for the ball, and make an athletic move. So I think there are some similarities, but you're definitely right. Like we see small guys out here, short, stumpy guys, tall, skinny guys, all kind. Everybody leverages the against the ground differently, and so just because maybe like Sam Judith, you look at Sam, he could play linebacker. I mean, he's a very physical guy, and he's a horsepower guy. Right next to him is George Haggerty, who does a lot of.
He's a flexibility guy.
Yeah, he's very interesting athletic training, high hands, high ball flight, and he's right there. That's a great drive right there.
And you got Colton, who might be the most uncoordinated, unathletic person on the planet.
but he has strength.
But he's
The guy's got some.
With a really goofy mustache.
Yeah,
But he moving that club though.
he does. He's got that D10 really soft shaft, and I mean,
I got another. That's a big one.
And he shuts me up with an absolute monster
yeah.
down the right side. I love it.
the Hager's sitting at 61. We talked about this earlier. You don't have to be the fastest. You need to be fast, but
There's a level of speed you have to be competitive, right? There's a baseline you need to have to be competitive. But then from there, it's about hitting the right ball at the right shape at the right time.
yeah. 64, Colton Casto. On Haggerty with another great drive right down the middle. Really high. Like I wish I knew the apex. So that's got to be 200 feet in the air, right?
Close to it, yeah.
I want to say his average is somewhere around like 175, 180.
And Cody Owens with the 66. That Haggerty just hit almost an identical golf ball or golf shot right there 2 times in a row. This is going to be close. 75, Haggerty. And
Yeah, that guy's just consistent, man.
they got right to left wind here. We didn't have any wind when I was hitting, and I didn't get anywhere close to 75. Earlier I said I got Isaiah Joynered. I yelled at the balls, came back 354, and he was 379.
No, a guy yelled at the ball yesterday and came back like 285. I was like, come on, man.
I was like, Isaiah, you can't do that to me, not in front of the crowd, okay? You're going to hurt my feelings. All right, Borgmeyer here. T slot 4 here.
381 on the board.
Yeah. He.
Yep.
That's what I was saying. Like those 2 or 3 shots, all high right, started down the right line, drew back towards the center. That's a good set.
Yeah,
All
left
right,
side of the
so-
grid is hot. If you can get it coming in from the right side without turning too much, you'll get a good, good distance.
And it did seem like in the group too that we were seeing a lot of balls down the right side.
And they were out.
Yeah. It was like they were running out, or the ones that were in play were more middle left.
All right.
Go being his last set. He went
Um,
maybe it's his second set. We'll see how he does here from this. If he likes this T slot better. That right T slot dropped down a little bit on the right side. And I think he likes it.
I believe he did.
I think he likes it.
Yeah, he did go be his last set. So he's going to need a win here and a win in set number 5 as well.
Well, he may have just won it on that first swing. All right, let's have a debate here because Borgmeyer. There's
Should I be
several
worried?
players here that have a GC quad launch monitor on the tee box, and this is a question we get all the time. People, some players feel like that's an unfair advantage to have that. I have the option. I actually own a flight scope. I have the option to use it, but I don't. James,
Why don't you?
So, for me, seeing the numbers, almost messes me
It's
up.
a mental thing.
Right? Yeah. Like it gets me. Like when I was saying earlier about like just making an athletic movement. For me, it's more about the timing of certain things in my swing, getting my hands high, dropping down, almost like a little squat movement, and then clearing my hips, and the hands come through after that. If I do that, and I hit the ball center face, my launch is usually pretty good. Like to me, that's more important than if I mishit it. I know I mishit it. I can feel that when I hit the ball. But
So we're running a poll
okay,
currently in the chat.
running.
Should personal radars be allowed on the tee box? Yes
Yeah.
or no? So
So
we'll see.
but what's the advantage?
So let's say Martin knows that he needs to hit a like 16-degree launch with like 2,000 spin. So he hits the ball, he looks at those numbers, and it tells him whether he did that or not. Okay, so
You
maybe
still got to do it though.
that's right. He's still got to do it. And so, like in my opinion, for me personally, like the more I'm looking at numbers, the worse I do. Like I'm just better. Like if I hit a ball and I'm like, oh, it was only 208, and I felt like I really killed it.
Right.
It should have been like 212 or 213 or something. Then I'm worried about how fast I'm swinging. And to me, it's not a speed contest. It's a flight contest, right? It's like flying a paper airplane, right? You need to fly. You don't have to throw it the hardest. You have to throw it hard enough, and then match the environmental conditions with the launch conditions of the ball. To me, that's what it's about. So having that on the tee box now, maybe for Martin, maybe because he practices with it all the time, that it's doesn't bother him at all, or he doesn't lose.
Yeah, you got to look too. It just depends on how your brain works, right? So you got a guy like Martin that's a real number scientific guy. Those guys are like him, Kyle. They're looking at half a degree this, what. So those guys are their approach is very specific, very
Yeah.
scientific, right? So the machine is just a confirmation of what you think you're trying to do.
So Robbie, what do you think? Do we have any?
Well, currently we're sitting at 60%.
Say yes or no.
I would say since yes is the first option, I believe 60% is yes right now.
So they're saying it's okay to have.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's an unfair advantage. I think it allows you to be really specific with what you're trying to do. If you're that kind of player, I don't think it helps with alignment. I don't think it does any of those things. I don't think it gives you an unfair advantage. I think what it does is it just allows you to know at all times what you're doing. And I think the better you know what you're doing, the better you can perform.
Okay, so this was a thought that we had. Go ahead, Robbie.
Personally, and Sean actually brought this to my attention. We actually had this conversation one time when he was at the OSPS, and there really wouldn't even be a debate, I think, if everyone had access to a radar. And to me,
and Sean, that seems to be the biggest issue is some players, especially new players coming into the sport, don't have access to a radar.
No, they have access.
So they,
Everybody has access. It
they
just
can,
costs.
they can walk up and ask.
It just costs.
Right.
I mean, if
Not
anybody can buy it.
not
you
everybody
know?
has access to
Right,
a
right, right.
$25,000 TrackMan.
That's very true.
So- And granted, you can take, say, something like a GC quad, or not a GC quad, but like an ES12 or
Right.
something that's a lot cheaper option, or a Mevo Plus onto
Yeah.
the T-Box with you. But again, a new player might not know about these things, so
Right.
they technically don't have the option to take a radar to the T-Box with them. And I think that's really the only hurdle in this conversation.
Well, I think it's just that's a part of learning, right? So even coming in, like I didn't even know what a D10 shaft was until I was in Denver. So that doesn't mean I have an unfair or disadvantage. It's just I just didn't know. I need
Right.
to learn, right?
An
You got to put more
experience thing.
time. It's experience. So if you don't know about what machine helps and what machine works, that's a part of the learning process. Everybody, I'm a rookie again. It feels really weird to be a rookie again. But there are a lot of things that you have to learn about the sport coming in that you're not going to know up front. It's going to have to be an experience
Right.
thing. So
So let's look at it from a different perspective. For the growth of the sport and the future of the sport, is it better to allow that to improve play?
or we get to this point to the sport to growth to a point to where you provide quads on the boxes for everybody. So now you level the playing field. So
Yeah.
you get 4 of them. You want like 4 GC quads, and now everybody knows their numbers. Now as a rookie, I don't have to go buy one. That's a part of my membership, or the sport grows to
Right.
the point to where you have that as a benefit because that's what's helping the sport.
And at that point, like I said, I think it becomes pretty much a mute point.
Now it's
at
mute
that
point. Now you got 4 on the box. Everybody can use them. Nobody can complain about having it or not. It's just a part of the numbers game and what we're doing.
Yeah, and the technology behind what we're trying to do and what the sport needs, like that's the idea, right? The more information we have, the
Right.
better. The more technical that people can be, it will improve performance, will improve play, more balls in the grid. I'll
be honest with you. It still comes down to hitting the ball, right? You can know all the numbers in the world. If you don't square the club face up and hit it in the center, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can know all the spin rates, all this, but if you can't put it in the grid, that really doesn't matter.
And here's
kind of like me, I mean, I know that with my ball flight, that all I need is a 225 mile an hour ball speed.
You
and,
just don't
and
have
I'm going to win.
You just don't have it, though.
just can't do it.
You just don't have it.
Well, I enjoy the debate. But I for me at least, it's important that we take the sport to the next level, and the top players in the sport. That's something that they're, like you said, they're going to have to learn. They're going to have to, and if they don't, I mean, if it's something they don't, and they're successful doing it, well, maybe they're better playing without it, right? Maybe that's better for them to not have that. All right, we've got a TrackMan set up here behind T slot number 4. We're going to get some numbers for Kyle Berkshire. To Misumi. And my Japanese is terrible. Gavin Yokas 2, Brian Kelly 3, and Kyle Berkshire in 4. I noticed he's not tucking his hair in his shirt today. Maybe
Well, he doesn't need to. The wind, is going to help keep it out of his face right now.
All right, this ball is down the right line. It looked like it was going to go out, but it is now
Turn back around that window.
falling to center. 240 miles ball speed. 2,800 spin about 2744. Little spinny probably. Misumi with the ball down the right side. That wind might eat it up. I didn't see where Kyle's ball went, but it was 152,
OB left.
219. OB left.
And that's what I mean right now. He can look and see, okay, that's 152, 219. OB, it don't mean nothing.
Yeah.
At 219, he's probably not very satisfied with that shot,
All right.
regardless of where it went. Staring this one down, I think it's close to the right line, I want to say.
He's heating up. That ball is in play. So he's sitting at 356. 353 for Gavin Yokas. Gavin's one of these guys that kind of coming out of nowhere. He qualified for Worlds in Denver ago. Competed last year, I believe, and showing some success. Not really an outspoken guy or not flashy, but definitely improving his play.
That right to left wing just picked up just a little bit.
Yeah.
TJ Allison said Foresight and TrackMan provide financing for owners of chicken farms. I can confirm that is false information.
I wish my computer was up and I could read those comments.
Your computer is up, sir, but your technological expertise has ruined everything.
Oh, there we go. 380. 380 yards on his fourth ball. Struggling here. Some Ryan Kelly out of sorts here in that last set. So Berkshire right around 220, 218 to 221 that set. Club had speed over 150, I believe, on every drive. Oh, here we go. Oh, I wanted to answer the poll question.
You have to sign in to answer the poll, sir.
Misumi with the 366 on his last drive to lock in second place. All right. What else can we talk about?
So that
Let's make
was
some comments here. Oh, we've got 40 people voted already.
Yep. So that was the last group in slot or set number 4. So we're coming down to the wire here. Set number 5 for everybody. As it currently stands, you can see there Bobby Ray at 375 points, just outside the top 8. We have Kyle Berkshire and Naoto in first place with 700 points. George Haggerty with 600. Colton Casso with 550. Sam Judah with 450. Gavin Yosis with 425. Martin Borgmeyer with 400. So he's currently in 7th place. Martin gets a win in set 5. He's going to move on. So even with 2 OB sets, he's still in the running. Interesting.
Wow. It happens. Well, James, you mentioned you got to get going here to the airport. We appreciate you coming on. We can do this again in the future. I always like to have players on when we're doing these events and get their perspective. And how did you learn about long drive? Where'd you first see it or hear about it? What made you want to do it?
Well, I'd seen on TV when, you guys were with the Golf Channel and different things. So I watched a couple of the competitions, but it never came into my mind to do it until late last year. I'm playing golf in Miami up in West Palm with Wes Patterson. And, Wes is going to hate me for this, but I hit a ball past him. And he was like, hey, buddy, you dropped that in the slot pretty good. You should consider doing a long drive, And ever since then, he was like, whatever you need, I got you. He's always been there as a support. He's the one that kind of got me really to commit to doing the sport.
That's cool.
So thank you, Wes. I appreciate you.
That's awesome. And that's what every player should be, an ambassador for the sport.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, thank you again. I appreciate it, and we'll let you. You got to get going. Get to the airport,
man. Hopefully I can get out of here, man. I got kids to go see.
The storm's rolling in. So, all right. Appreciate it. Oh, James got a good sense of humor.
Absolutely, man. Great.
All right, Cody Owens with 363. It's funny. It almost feels like yardage just picked up. Maybe the wind is doing something a little bit different down grid than it is here at the tee box.
Actually, you are correct because I can barely see the flags there. It's almost downwind in the grid. A little bit of swaying back and forth, but I'd say for the most part, the wind is actually helping in the grid.
Drive. Yeah. Now, the trees here, the tree line is pretty high, and sometimes it swirls, right? So maybe that wind is coming in and then swirling down through the trees. All right, Coito here 2 good drives. That one's going to be on the edge. May not stay in. Looks like it might roll out unless it kicks. Looks like it's going to kick to the left. But his 5th ball there, 349. Looks like that maybe is going to be a second place. Naoto Misumi not having the set he would hope for there, going to OB. Cody Owens looks like he's going to take that at 363. And this, you say, Robbie, this is the first set in round 5?
Correct. So let's get the scoreboard up here.
Let's talk about format here. After these next 4 groups hit, 3 groups, we're going to go to a double elimination format. As a general rule, we like to take half the field, advance them to the next round. The last event in Denver, we kept the points format in play for the top 16. So with 3 groups of 16, we took the top 5, then had a wild card from each to round out that 16th spot. We decided to make a change and do this double elimination format after the first round. So the top 24 players are going to advance to the next portion of the competition. The top 8 point earners from each of the 3 groups, or I guess the overall combined all the 3 groups, are going to get a first round bye. So we'll have 16 competitors facing off. The winners will advance to winners bracket to meet those who got a bye, and the others will go to the losers bracket. And as long as you don't lose twice, you win. This is a little different.
Ryan, all you got to do is hit it further than everybody in the field every time you go up to the tee box, and you're pretty safe.
Huh? That's seems a lot more simple than I thought.
Yeah, when you put it that way, of course. And I like to keep things simple. You know?
Yes, you do. You are a simple man. I'm glad we can joke with each other, Robbie, because I know sometimes you want to strangle me, and that's okay. I can. If you guys can't see Robbie's face right now, it was definitely. I struck a chord with him that was affirmative.
I was just sitting here thinking that a better way to say it would be that sometimes I don't want to strangle you. I'm just kidding.
The typical is the feeling of strangle. All righty.
So Sam Judah currently sitting at 356 yards. Still waiting on some numbers for both Gavin and Neil.
Well, we got a tight race here. Slot 3 and 4, 55 to 56. Justin Rich, solid drive right there, tailing out of bounds, a little low. Gavin hit a cut into that wind. I don't know if that's the right play right now, but both he and Sam Judah are hitting cuts down the left side, trying to get it to come back. That one is going to hit the tent on the left.
This is so it looks like Neil Harper is mathematically eliminated, as well as Justin. So this is really just a battle of Gavin and Sam. They're both technically in the top 8 right now, sitting at 425 and 450 points. So right now they're in, but things could change. So if both of them could take a first and second place, they could definitely relax a little bit, I would say.
Yeah, we need to give a shout out to our man Brandon Flynn. He down with illness, got the Rona, couldn't make it out. Brandon, thanks for not coming. We appreciate you not being here, giving everybody else the Rona. So I like Scott Odekirk's comment there. The dues are going to go up if we're all getting quads.
This is true.
We'd love to. We'd like to get some technology partners involved. We'd love to have, some sort of launch monitor on every.
Oh, wow.
Holy smokes!
Sam Judah.
386.
I believe that's the longest ball of the 16 so far,
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
must be rolling a little bit. I mean, his ball flight, he was hitting that cut left side. I mean, he's starting it out of bounds left and coming back in on the left side. Oh, Alex Bloser, I love you too, my friend. We miss you. Wish you were here.
All right.
Be sure to vote. We got 54 votes. Should personal radars be allowed on the tee box? Go in, submit your vote.
And just, I mean, honestly, as it's been since the conversation first came up, it's almost 50-50. A little bit in favor of the data. Everybody likes having the numbers. But hopefully in the future, like I said, it'd be a moot point because everybody will have access to all the data anyway.
Yeah.
So things to come as we grow. All right, so Damon Dooley mathematically eliminated. Bobby Ray is sitting at 375, so a win with him would probably secure him a spot. Brian Kelly. George is currently at 600, so George is probably safe.
George
Brian
should
Kelly
win.
is sitting at 275, so he needs a win to have a chance. A win would put him at 475 points. Not sure if that's going to be enough or not.
Yeah, Bobby with a good drive down the left side. So far on the leaderboard, only Brian Kelly's got a ball in play, waiting for the callback on Bobby Ray. You know, George is pretty consistent typically as well. Rarely goes OB. Damian Dooley's got a great drive right down the middle. All right, there's your Bobby Ray, 354. And George puts one in play down the right side. Not as high as he's been hitting it, though. I wonder if he's trying to take advantage of that wind. If it's drying out, the wind's helping dry the grid out. We should see some more roll. You know, George is one of these guys, very calm, very relaxed, it seems like, on the tee box.
All right, so as we're currently sitting, Brian Kelly's in first, followed by Bobby Ray. That would put Bobby at 475, and Brian, and it switched on me, so I won't see Brian's points right now. Oh, it's a really good ball from Brian, but I believe it's going to be OB left. 456 from George Haggerty, so that knocks Bobby down to third. Giving Bobby 425 points. It's going to be a nail biter from Bobby.
So I'm reading here in the comments.
61 from George Haggerty.
Yeah. That was the one that I said wasn't high enough. All right, it didn't look like it was as high as he's been hitting it. And that might have won it for him there. So Haggerty, if he wins that, he's going to go to 800 points. Very impressive. 3 wins, 2 second-place finishes. Just another example of you don't have to be the fastest. That's awesome.
All right, so as we see here, Bobby Ray is going to go to 425 points, which, as it currently stands, is enough. We still got a little bit of hitting here. Martin gets a ball in play. That puts him at 425. So Martin could potentially put Cody.
So Galladay's
to
right
8.
behind him, right? At 375?
Yeah, Jacob's at 375 points right now. So he needs, at the minimum, a third place. Kyle's in no matter what at 700 points. Colton is in. He's at 550. It's really up to Jacob Galladay and Martin Borgmeyer right now.
All right, who you got here? Colton?
To be honest, I don't know. Kyle's obviously the fastest. Colton is no stranger to a freak ball. But Martin, I would say, has the most pressure on him right now. Martin needs this win. And he's also one of the fastest in the world. Technically,
These
if we
three
go by
guys right
speed.
here are all high 220s at their
Yeah.
fastest.
If we go by total speed, Martin's technically the second fastest. So, or third. Is he behind?
Colton's been 229. Borgmeyer's been 230 plus. Kyle's 230 plus.
Greg Knoll's fast.
Greg
Has the higher
Knoll's,
one. Is he higher than Martin's? I think Martin's
know.
got
Oh,
total ball speed.
Jacob Galladay with the great drive right down the middle. So far, that's the only ball in play. So, oh, Kyle liked that one, and it is falling right to the middle. So, Kyle Brookshire, 155.7 club head
340
speed on
for
that
Jacob
last
Galladay
drive,
here.
221.8 ball speed. See if we can get a call back here. Galladay's at 340. And Berkshire just hit another good one. Colton hit a high slinger out to the right, coming back in. That's going to be a good one. Borgmeyer struggling here. But you know what? He only needs one, and he can do it. That's the thing. He's got to settle down. Got 2 balls
393.
left. Berkshire 393 on his third ball. 64 for Cole. Yikes.
222. Sounded a lot faster than that.
All right, this one with Borgmeyer left side. Just going to land on the line, probably out of bounds. He's down to his last bullet. 17 seconds left. All right. Let's see. Kyle obviously trying to send a message here. Just hammered this ball. And Borgmeyer's ball is going to be down the right line. Should stay in, just inside. And kick left. Little bit of a roll. All right. Kyle Berkshire, 224.2 on that last ball. He liked it. He's at a 393 right now. Wait for his last ball to be called back.
59 for Borgmeyer.
59. So that's probably going to end Borgmeyer's day. If I
Nope. I don't think so, because that puts him at 450 points.
Oh, and he is a little bit more than
Yep.
Galladay.
Yeah,
Right?
Galladay's out. at
Galladay
400.
finished at 400. So Borgmeyer in at 450, it looks like.
And we have a playoff for the 8th spot between Bobby Ray and Cody Owens.
And in very impressive, Kyle Berkshire, 393-yard drive right there. He also had a 392, 397, 374, and a 363.
Yep. So here we go. Martin comes in at 7th. So Cody Owens and Bobby Ray have a playoff for the 8th and final spot.
We're going to get these guys up to do the playoff. We're going to reload, put some new balls in the den caddies.
Bobby Ray wasn't expecting to be in this position. He's actually already changed shirts. He's in a T-shirt now. So be interesting to see if he switches back to the collar or not.
Oh.
But he's on the tee box.
We're gonna make a special exception. He doesn't have to wear a collared shirt if he doesn't wear a shirt. He goes collared or shirtless, one of the two. No, just kidding. Suddenly a lot of young ladies showed. No, just kidding. All right.
Be careful. Bobby's girlfriend will murder you.
I don't know Bobby's girlfriend.
She was at
Oh, that cute little thing?
I can't remember, Denver
I can't
or
remember.
or Mesquite last.
I can't remember, but let's see. We got Cody Owens here and Bobby Ray. Bobby's he was packing up, going to the parking lot. Thought he was out.
He was not expecting to be in this
now
position,
he's,
but
now
hey,
he's
I
in a
mean,
playoff.
what can we say? This is long drive. You know, it's confusing for everyone.
That's actually that sometimes it's very true. So, but I like that he's sporting the Bluff City Shootout shirt, brought to us by ATC Fitness. Spencer McDaniel, who's actually out working in the grid all day yesterday, all day today. All right, wind is swirling. Wind picked up. I'm going to check the radar here and give you my amateur weatherman analysis. It's overcast. It's cloudy.
At least with the clouds, might be able to see the blue balls.
Yeah, it is. The blue balls are really good in this condition. I mean, I think we're going to miss it.
Ryan, I just
It's
want to
split-
say
we're
real
splitting
quick
the
that,
gap.
You're the king of drama. The
Oh,
chat
man.
has been going nuts over the discussion of radars
Who is?
ever since you brought it up. So congratulations.
Who's this?
It's a hot topic right now. And we're currently sitting at 69% in favor of radars. Fun fact.
So I noticed there's a comment in there. Somebody had a question. If everybody used the same driver head, what would it look like? Well, it would actually look fairly similar. Because many people don't know this, but golf clubs actually are designed to limit the spring effect off the club face. There's a limit the USGA puts in place, kind of like a restrictor plate in NASCAR. That's a good comparison. But
Not only that, but they're kind of like fingerprints. You can get 3 Callaway heads of the same model, same year that even came in the same shipment together, and they're not the same.
right,
They're going to be different a little bit. I mean, we're talking very, very small differences here, but there are differences.
And then add on top of that as you hit a driver, it changes. The properties and the characteristics of the club head actually change as you play with it. So it doesn't stay the same. It is something that wears out or breaks down over time, breaks in. All right, both players out of bounds. That first drive.
Yeah, but that's something to keep in mind. Anybody that's had a driver for, say, a year or two may want to give it a check because they do wear out and they do break down over time. And a lot of times it's the golfer, but sometimes it is the club. And especially with the driver, irons are a little bit different. They're more durable. But with the way things work nowadays, the drivers do eventually break down and can cause some squirrely hits every now and then.
Yeah, that's something that people don't look or think about a lot of times is they want a good durable head that will last a long time, but a head that is maybe less durable, faster, but it breaks down quicker. So, the difference too in how the club, appears to you at setup, whether it makes you feel comfortable is important. There's a lot to it, how it feels, how it sounds when you hit the ball. I don't think either player has a ball in play yet. They're a little nervous.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the scoring system's not yet set up to be able to handle playoffs, so we're not able to give any live updates.
Yep, Cody Owens. I think he's trying a little too hard, sliding into that left foot and that left leg, keeping the face open. We'll see if Bobby Ray can make an adjustment here on his second to last ball, which he does. He hit right down the middle. That's going to be a good. It doesn't look like a monster ball right there, but it looks pretty solid. So, and Cody Owens definitely, he's got the pop to compete, put a ball in play here that could surpass that. So, fortunately, he pulls it left. Bobby Ray probably doesn't even need to hit this ball, but for good measure, let's go ahead and do it. And then Bobby Ray going to the parking lot is now back in the competition.
So here's a question: does he have to put the collar back on for the double
Well,
elimination? rounds?
he's supposed to for the TV rounds, and technically, because this is on YouTube, it is a TV round.
It's all on TV.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. It's a good look, though, that T-shirt. I mean, look how tight those sleeves are, how short they are, so you see a lot of his tricep, bicep.
You know, it's just another example of it's not over until it's over.
That's right, that's right. Cody Owens disappointed, understandably. Could be a sign of fatigue, right? This group 2 got delayed a little bit.
All right, so
We're
it looks
gonna give
like
about a half an hour break here.
and that's going to do it for the preliminary rounds. Bring up the scoreboard here. So moving on in this group, with the addition of Bobby Ray, even though the scoreboard doesn't quite update it, we have Kyle Berkshire, George Haggerty, Naoto Misumi, Colton Casto, Sam Judah, Gavin Yosis, Martin Borgmeyer, and then, of course, Bobby Ray, who took that final 8th spot in the playoff just now. So they will be moving on to the double elimination here in about 30 minutes.
I hope we get to it because the storm, the clouds, the ominous clouds are approaching.
Yeah, we are definitely running into some interesting situations with everything going on.
I think if we can't get it in, I think we set up a hole about 115 yards out and just do closest to the pin. Everybody gets 3 shots. Winner takes all.
Kind of makes me wish I'd have signed up now.
The thunder is rolling in the background. Not a good sign. So we may have to take a break and come back. Do we want to do that? Do we want to take a break and come back?
Yeah, so I mean, we can talk here for just to cut out some dead space or dead air here. But I am going to shut down the stream and start it back up. That way, it's under a separate video. That way, we'll have the preliminary, all 3 preliminary rounds as one video, and then the double elimination as its own separate.
I'm
video,
being
so-
summoned to the scoring tent. I shall return to all of you out there
Yep.
in TV land. Jeff Allen, Brant DeBoer, Brandon Flynn, TJ Allison, Scott Odekirk. Who else has been chatting us up?
It's a long list.
There's a long
There's
list.
like
We love you
50
guys. Keep it up.
There's like 57 million people watching right now. So
Give Robbie a run for his money.
yeah, right. Yeah. So according to my calculations, if I go to the YouTube statistics here, we're sitting at 37,852,421 followers right now, or viewers on the broadcast. So shout out to all of you. We love you. But on a more serious note, we do not have a way to display a leaderboard for a double elimination. So I guess I can pull up maybe the spreadsheet and show the round by rounds, but we should have at least the live scoring up in the top right corner to be able to show the yardages at the very least. So and it's, of course, the magic in my words. As soon as I say some things, something or another happens. I'm not sure we're going to have live scoring. We've got some, you can see there in the top right corner. I'll hide the scoring. We've got some pretty ominous, they don't look too gray on the broadcast, but they're pretty scary. A little bit of lightning, and the weather forecast looks kind of treacherous. So I'm not sure we're going to run any live scoring, which is unfortunate. So we're going to do our best here. I'm actually kind of worried about my broadcast equipment. I might be able to back up a little bit, keep under the shoulder. So We'll stay on. I'm not going to shut it down just yet. I want to keep you guys as informed as possible as to what's going on. Switch over to the front view here. You can see the wind is rather interesting right now. We've got trees all down the right side of the grid. So it does a little interesting things. Up here on the tee box, you can see the flag there. It's pretty much straight across the tee box, right to left. But if I flip back to, you probably can't see it on the broadcast because they're so small. But if you look down in the grid, there's nothing. They're every which way. So, and yeah. Be very interesting to see what the wind does for the double elimination. Let's see. Oops, what did I just. LOL. My elbow just hit a button, change the camera angle. I'm going to see if I can pull up the final 24, the top 24 players. All right, so they're not quite updated yet. Still waiting to get the top 24 input into the system. As soon as those get updated, I'll show you guys, let them know. But what I can do is do a little quick recap. All right, so as you can see here, from Group 1 earlier this morning at 8 o'clock, we had Bryce Verplank, Scotty Pierman, Mark Costello, William Dugan, Sean Johnson, Kyle Gabbard, Jeremy Nowak, and Landon Gentry. And then you can pull up the next group. From Group 2, in Group 2, we had Isaiah Joyner, Zach Holton, Ryan Riesbeck, Will Hogue, Kyle Culver, Taiga Tazawa, Josh Koch, and Tyler Culver advancing. And then from the group just now, as you just saw, advancing to the double elimination, we have Kyle Berkshire, George Haggerty, Naoto Masumi, Colton Casto, Sam Judah, Gavin Yosis, Martin Borgmeyer, and Bobby Ray. So it looks like Kyle had the longest ball in the third group at 393. Kyle also had the best set of total yards at 1824, and he hit the most balls in the grid at 16. From the second group, we had a tie for most balls in the grid between Will Hogue and Kyle Culver. Will Hogue had the longest set at 1,407, and then Isaiah Joyner had the longest ball at 379. And from Group 1, most balls in the grid was Reed Russell. Best set, Jeremy Nowak, and longest ball, Kyle Gabbard. So those competitors will get performance bonuses, which is a little bit of cash to kind of sweeten the deal a little bit. Which all started either late 2020 or early 2021. We started giving optional, essentially they were side bets. We gave everybody the option that if they wanted to throw in an extra $100 on their entry fee for those performance bonuses, they could. Now we just decided to incorporate that into the system. So there's no longer an option. It's just now in the system. A portion of the total purse comes out as performance bonuses. They're packing up most of the electronics. As you can see, the TVs are gone. But I'm still confident that we don't have to worry about rain. Call me delusional if you wish. Let's go back to the poll. So after 96 votes, we have 73% in favor of personal radars and 27% against, which is interesting, if you ask me. Good old Ryan, always coming up with controversial subjects. Here, let's do another poll. Because why not? All right. Here we go with another one. So, will we see a 400-plus yard drive? Yes or no? I'm going to say yes. I think we will. I think I'm going to make a prediction here and say that the longest ball of the day is going to come in at 406 yards. Very specific guess for you. The longest ball of the day came early this morning at 396. And then Kyle was right behind him here in the last set at 393. I cannot stress like how impressive a 400-yard drive is at this particular grid. It's only been done once, and like I said, I can't remember. It was done by Trent Scruggs a few years ago, and I can't remember. Like I said, if it was 4, I think Ryan said 402, 403. I thought it was 408, somewhere in there. But like I said, it's only been done once, so. A lot of you are also agreeing with me, currently saying that we will see a 400-yard drive. I don't know who voted no, but you guys are clearly some people that like to play the statistics. Glad we didn't put any money on it, though. I don't know. I wonder if that would change my opinion. Probably would. If I had to put money on it, I'd probably say we're not going to see a 400-yard drive. Just because, I mean, it's statistically, dumb to put money on it going over since there's only ever been one. So. Yeah, we got a busy schedule. Just give y'all a little heads up. This coming weekend's 4th of July weekend. So we don't have anything then, but the following weekend, we're up in Port Rowan, Canada for the Bash for Cash. And then 2 weeks after that, we're in Portland, Connecticut. Never been to Stark's driving range out in Port Rowan, Canada, but there's a lot of history there. Long Drive's had plenty of events out there. And I'm expecting a pretty strong field. We get to see some faces we haven't seen in a while. So. Switch back to the down the line. You can see the clouds still slowly rolling in. Starting to look kind of bleak towards the right over there. I don't know if anybody heard that loud noise, but so there's steel dividers between the hitting bays here on the range, and somebody just toe shanked one off one of the metal. TJ saying that some people save gas for the later rounds. Maybe a little bit. I wouldn't say it's anything extreme though, because especially as more and more people come into the sport, we're starting to see a lot of talent come through. A lot of guys with some real speed. So it's making it hard, right? Like it's a little bit easier taking half the field. But back in Denver, like you couldn't afford to. I don't care who you were. I mean, I'm gonna call BS on Kyle if he said he was, taking the preliminary rounds lightly. Like, there's just no way. There's too much competition to take any of these sets for granted. I mean, maybe I will agree more so today with the taking half the field. But I think a lot of it has to do with most of the guys, and myself included. The more balls we hit, the more of a rhythm, I would say, players get into, and a lot of times that's when you see the fastest balls. So it's not so much taking it easy as it is, free swinging. Even on days where it hurts to swing, right? Like you keep swinging, you eventually get numb, and you just end up swinging a little bit faster, hitting the ball a little bit better. But yeah, today there may be a few players to kind of save a little bit, but I think it should be part of the training routine. Like you gotta expect to have to come out here and hit 70, 80, sometimes even 90 some golf balls to win the tournament. Because, like I always say, these tournaments are not sprints; they're marathons. Especially with the round robin format, having to hit a minimum of 30 golf balls. So you come over here looking at my stuff, you got to get on the mic there, big dog.
What do you need me to say?
Whatever you would like. Got old Scotty P in the booth with me here.
Hello, everybody.
How you feel, man?
I feel really good. I like this weather. I like the humidity. I'm gonna use that. So
Kind of reminds you of hometown, eh?
it does. So hoping this rain holds off, but it looks pretty dark. So
Yeah, I'm optimistic about it. I don't think we'll have to worry too much. But
will they stop it if we start and then it starts, or what?
depending on how bad it gets, any sign of lightning, obviously we're not going to put anybody at risk here. So lightning will definitely shut it down.
In the rain?
So I believe there were a few sets earlier today where there was a little bit of rain coming down, and we still had to push through. Because I mean, we want to complete it just as much as everybody else does. So
Right. Have they announced the pairings?
not yet. I'm still waiting on the official update. Are you familiar with how things are playing out?
Well, I know some people get by and some people don't, so
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out who got to buy because
So-
I'm probably borderline.
Top 8 over all 3 groups will get a bye in the first round.
How do you decide that?
It goes off of how you finished in the round robin.
You
If
get
there are any-
seeded by like the two, all 3 number 1s, all 3 number 2s, and then 2
Basic-
top 2s.
based off points. Not quite familiar with how they structured everything. I do know that any ties will be broken based off of your PLDA points. So how you've done in previous events, and then there's a process that if further statistical tiebreakers have to come down to, then we'll do that accordingly. But actually, as we were speaking, the players are being put in. Let's see if I can get some brackets.
I did not get a buy.
So you were in Group 4 against Mark Costello, Taiga Tazawa, and Josh Koch.
So
Um,
the 8 buys. Are we allowed to say it?
I don't see a problem with it.
Of course, Isaiah, because he had 1,000 points. But
So if these are in order, you're in 12th.
it can't be.
How so? How many points you have? Let's go back
I think
to
I
it.
had 600.
That
other group,
that makes sense because there's a lot of
They had
people
the
at
top
600.
seeds on there, though. That last bracket that you pulled up, or the bracket format.
Or was it? Yeah. So they're in order. Isaiah Joyner's in first, obviously with 1,000 points. There were quite a few players at 600 points.
Okay.
So that doesn't. So
So I'm hitting
that
on
was
the
a
fourth.
locked in.
Okay.
We'll bring it up.
That. See, there's your top seeds: Isaiah, Will, Kyle, Colton, George Haggerty, Ryan Reespeck, Zach Holton, and I can't
Naoto
Naoto Mizumi.
Misumi.
Did I say that right? Okay.
Round 2. Yes, sir.
So I will hit against
yes.
Mark Costello.
All right. So let's see if I can pull that up. That way, everybody
got
on
a
the
bye.
screen.
You got to
sees
buy.
that.
It doesn't make me any happier for you, Will. So Robbie is about to pull up the bracket here
Yep.
on your screen. This will be the double elimination format. The guys on the left did not get a bye, and then in the second round, you can see the top 8 seeds who are.
You even see the
So I'm
live
hitting against
update of
Mark
Seamus.
Tazawa, Tiger Tazawa, Mark Costello, and Josh Koch. And Bryce Verplank, Kyle Gabbard, Colton Yosich?
Yosis.
Yosis.
Yes.
Gavin Yosis, I'm sorry.
Gavin
I can't
Yosis,
see. I
Bobby
just took my
Ray,
glasses off. so
Sam
I'm wrong.
Judah, Sean Johnson, Jeremy Nowak, Tyler Culver. And then in third group is Kyle Culver, William Dugan, Landon Gentry, and Martin Borgmeyer.
Cool. So are we still shooting for that 145, Robbie?
That's the plan, which is in 3 minutes.
Up for the live scoring.
They put up one of the TVs. We still got one out there, so I'm hoping they're going to use that one. We can't. I mean, this is our. We don't have a way to do it on the live scoring, so this is technically our scoreboard. But I am hoping we'll have the live
Yeah,
scoring.
that makes a big difference when you can look up and see
Yeah,
what you're chasing or
For
what
sure.
you're winning with.
for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a great show. Anything can happen with this format. Nothing is a given, so it's going to be exciting. You're going to see some. It's going to be like college basketball. There's going to be some upsets. There's going to be, your blue blood type that's going to make a run, and it's going to be exciting for sure. So stay tuned and pray for no rain.
Thanks, Scotty. I appreciate it, man. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do.
since we're going to split this up into 2 separate videos, I'm going to go ahead and shut this one down, and we'll bring it back up right before we start the finals, or round 2, I guess is a better way to say it. So stay tuned, stick around, don't go nowhere. We're going to be right back.